fucking merge you. Or plus 33% handling, huh? Okay.
That'll help.
How long has that been going? You need to clear it off again.
What?
Clean off the linens. None.
There was like someone basically clicked on the link as soon as I went live.
LOL. That's cute.
Mm-hmm.
I really wonder who it is.
Uh-huh.
Like, is it someone from the chat or
Uh-huh.
excuse my pants myself?
Mm-hmm.
But you would think they wouldn't be that thirsty, people from the chat.
Yeah, you know, I can't tell.
I just saw a flash from a scrapper, so like I know there's enemies nearby. Ooh. Aha. Override a Strider. One of those. Scrappers. Well, we're gonna kill them anyway. What are you? Are you laughing at me?
No. Zippy Door just said, you know, when you're younger, you drink more and you drive more.
Jesus Christ.
Mine's too loud to hear much, but I keep my eyes open.
Food. Where'd you put the salt?
I'm on the table.
You know, they can see you.
So one person, and I'm not even famous yet.
Whatever, as long as I'm allowed to too.
Yes. Today, at least.
It'd be cool if whoever the one person is could comment and say what your name is.
I know, right?
Okay. All my niggas talk. That's including me, who could change the world. I'd rather change the people.
Stardust. I guess I still like it. Should be included.
Use as override striders to use as mounts by approaching undetected and holding triangle when prompted. What? How do I use override? Huh?
Here it goes.
What the what? Stop.
Ah.
Dude, that was epic.
Strider.
we go. That's
Tapping X
more like it.
will increase the mount's speed.
Damn, that's awesome.
Will slow it down.
Holy shit. That's almost too awesome to look at.
Dismount using the triangle. Can I pick shit up with it on? No.
Yeah, that would be too good.
Yeah.
How the fuck are you gonna reach
To
down?
call your mount, select in the tools menu. By pressing, okay, cool.
This Strider is fast. This keeps walking.
This totally beats walking, bitch. Are you fucking kidding me?
I think he tried overriding because
I had no idea they would even let you do that.
but I might find a use for him.
Right?
I'm over the moon. That just goes to show that like there's more shit that we're not expecting that's gonna happen. And
I certainly wasn't expecting that.
can't wait to see that.
I'm riding a Strider.
Yep.
As fast as he goes.
Watch yourselves! Bring it closer! Closer!
Varl, I take it?
Am I seeing things? Or were you riding that Strider when you came through the gate?
I was. It's hard to explain.
I imagine so. Strange times we live in. We who survived. I recognize you, of course. Aloy, the outcast who won the proving. I'm glad to see you survived your wounds.
High Matriarch Tirsa said you might know the way to Meridian.
The capital of the Carja Sundom? You seek exile?
No, a traitor named Omen. The Matriarchs made me a seeker so I could go after him.
Well, then you should head north to Mother's Crown. If you make it, talk to Maria. She'll point the way.
If I make it?
The trail is dangerous. Ever since the War Party massacre, our lands go unpatrolled and our borders unguarded. We have no war chief to lead us.
Isn't that Resh's job?
Ugh, only because Sona went missing. I'd go after her myself, but she ordered me to hold this gate with my life. And so I have.
You said War Chief Sonia is missing?
Even when the War Party was massacred, she wouldn't give up the chase. She called for volunteers and went after the killers.
You didn't volunteer?
Of course I did. But Sona denied me that. She ordered me to see the wounded back to the embrace. But to guard this gate, to guard the embrace with my life. That was days ago, and since then there's been no word from her.
So there's no way to know if she's alive or dead.
If anyone could survive out there, it would be her. Sona's prowess is legend, an unbending spear to measure ourselves against.
Sounds like she sets a high standard.
Oh, you have no idea. She's my mother.
I should be on my way.
Aloy, before you make the journey to Mother's Crown and beyond, is there any chance you could search for Sona? The tribe needs her leadership. I'd go after her myself if she hadn't commanded me to hold this gate at all costs.
Where was she last seen?
The War Party massacre site, a wooded hollow across from Devil's Thirst on this side of the river. You might be able to pick up her trail there. She went after the killers who attacked the Proving, who killed those we love, who tried to kill you.
I get it, Barb. I'll see what I can do.
Convince me to go after this lady that I was already trying to go after when I was trying to ask about her.
Uh-huh.
May the goddess protect.
Oh shit. I done leveled up. 6 times? Hell.
Fucking hilarious.
Oops.
What level are you?
11.
Oh, so you get more points per level then as you level up.
I guess.
Because
You have to, because I didn't.
Mhm.
8 to 11 is only.
not 6.
So you get 2 now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which is kind of crazy because there's not that many powers. How many levels are there?
Probably not done many.
Right.
Strike from above.
Saying
Strike from below.
This game is so amazing.
Uh-huh. They're only temporarily overridden.
What's only temporarily overridden?
Ha!
Mounted pickup, LOL.
This is exactly what I wanted.
Yep.
Repair damaged mount by using metal shards. I want that too.
My whole life, all of it we embraced. The world just got bigger. But also more dangerous.
Oh, I'm announced gone. Have to find another one.
But they're all over the goddamn place.
Mhm.
The power that lets you hack it, is that unlimited? That's cool.
I think so. I haven't seen anything that said otherwise. Uh-huh. I see a side quest.
Goodbye, prodigal.
Bruh, stop it. Well, got me a ride.
I'm gonna need this.
What happens if you, oh man, how fast can you go on that?
Pretty fucking fast. And I could use their horse kick.
That's cool.
Modifications, satchel full. Need another fox skin in order to upgrade it again. LOL. This is how fast. Did you see?
No.
This is how fast.
That's pretty fast.
It's faster than I can run.
Significantly faster than you can run.
Uh-huh. It's slightly faster than I can sprint.
Right. Yeah.
Good. We can use this.
Jeez Louise.
hunting ground. We're also basically machine hunting across the river. We're done soon enough. Not yet. It doesn't look normal. My focus is picking up some kind of signal. Maybe I can scan it. It's signal. Where's it coming from?
There's danger ahead, girl.
Danger for you, Outlander. This is Norland.
Yes. Trespass is forbidden on pain of death. Strange phrase, the pain of death. See? This one's in no pain at all.
Who was he?
A thief, slaver, a killer. The kind that give honest killers a bad name.
Earl told me there would be bandit ambushes in the road.
Well, it's not all good news. They don't always come to you. Most dig out of camp and there they'll sit and spoil on me.
Unless someone does something about it?
I like you. Follow the trail of smoke on the other side of the ruins. I'll be there.
Side quest come first. Bandit camps. Tall necks.
LOL. Devil's Thirst.
Those are separate kinds. These are all different kinds of quests. I have 3 undiscovered.
Wow.
I didn't even know about this tall necks shit.
Wow.
I definitely need to get this done.
Yeah.
Those ruins. That must be Devil's Thirst. The city of the old ones. Of the Meadowlands. Well, said what she said even after the killers were improving. Maybe I should try to find her. I'll try to use for you. Keep that for later. Ho! So the signal must be coming from the tall neck's head. I need to find a way to climb it. It'd be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
What the fuck?
A long neck, you see?
Safe. For a few minutes, anyway.
Holy shit, bro.
Find a way to climb it.
Oh.
This should be a good spot for jumping onto the tall neck. Okay, time to climb up to its head.
Override. Well, how am I supposed to do
You
that?
have to get up higher.
I know that, but I'm trying to, and it's not letting me.
Won't take long. Everything along its path. I sense what it says to other machines.
Epic. Held down, LOL.
Oh, why would I want to do that?
Good question. It's just funny that you can do it from so high up. Damn.
Override the tall neck. Come, my steed.
Someone spoke of a bandit camp and some other ruins. That must be the place there. Sweet land. later. It's emotionally distant.
Oh, shit.
Located. She went that way. Stay on it.
What is going on? Why are you laughing?
Apparently, there's this thing called a rectory, which is where priests live.
A rectory? Why is that funny?
You have to hear the context.
Oh, I was supposed to meet this guy. Or did.
I'm glad you came.
You're glad. Why?
Call it a shared era.
Yes.
And call me Mill. Look there,
Behind
those
it.
old rocks. Abandoned planets squatting. Disturb the rock. They don't come nibbling at worms that they
Bandits. Why did they come here?
The Nora are in trouble. Rumors spread like word. With no graves to guard the border, killers hungry for sport slip right through. My partner and I shadowed these scum for days. Good tracker, but he went on ahead without me. We talked about this kind of thing again. Still, I understand. Leave it too long, your fingers itch for the bowstring. Say, how about you and I work together? Kill them all.
Do you think I should team up with this guy? I don't need to.
Then no.
I don't need your help to clear out some bandits.
Oh, that's exciting. Don't worry. If they kill you, I'll finish them off before they get a cup of your skull.
What?
That's the alarm. Let them sound it and won't come up. It's a gift. And if you're the heroic kind who needs a little extra, there's the captives.
Oh well, he's legit letting me do it on my own. That's cool.
Yep.
Don't steal my fucking XP.
Right. It's retarded.
Totally. Smooth.
And move these. Magus! You see them?
Ain't none of y'all go cross the bridge though. Level 12 creature. What is so funny?
That's pretty so funny.
Listening to something disgusting.
LOL. Disgusting. Hilarious.
Wow.
It's disgusting. How far away those arrows were from that person.
The rain is pushing them all to the right.
Don't piss around. Look.
Off you go.
Search is up. Fights on.
Still sniffing around.
God, I wish it was fucking raining. I so much prefer close range, so I need to wait until these guys like stop.
Give me up.
Oh yeah.
They're still looking.
I give up on all researching. You hear that?
I wonder if the whistle works for humans.
Finally.
Huh.
What was that?
It does. Good to fucking know.
What did you learn?
The whistle and the rocks work the same way for humans as they do for fucking machines.
Of course.
Jesus.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. Haven't you got anything better to do?
Too close!
Probably gonna need it.
Bandit sniper.
I need to keep my kit dry.
Something out there?
There, the bandits' captives.
I see something! This will keep you!
Ward them off.
Hostile is dead. Patience. Incoming!
He'll be up there.
I got a dead body over here. We got intruders.
You can breathe again.
You still smell him. Stay alert.
Andy?
What was that? Must have been the wind. What was that?
I'll tuck that away.
Show yourself, you miserable chop. We might have trouble.
Heard something. We might have trouble.
I can hear you. I think. Can't scare me. Come out.
Marie. It's a big deal.
Someone trying to get my attention? Huh? Guess it was in my mind. I'm going in.
Sisha,
May I speak with you? I'm honored. All-Mother be praised.
Are you all right? Is there something you need?
Yes. My friends and I watched you clear the bandits out of this camp. We're glad. They would steal from us, chase us through the night laughing. We're outcasts, not braves, almost defenseless.
How did you all come to be here together?
You wonder how we speak to each other when the law forbids it. But what hope do we have here, outside the embrace, alone?
I wasn't judging you. I was an outcast once.
Forgive me. You're right to ask. I convinced them to speak. I told them we were only sentenced to be outcast, not to die out here.
An intelligent approach.
That hurt you.
No, but you blocked my vision for like 30 seconds.
Come on.
How did you come to be an outcast?
I was a fool. I refused to do what I was told. Never went hunting when I could sit under a tree instead. I argued with my family every step, picked fights with other braves. One day, such a fight grew fierce. I got a lucky hit, an unlucky one. He went down, and there was no one left to speak for me. I deserved to be an outcast.
You seem different from the person you describe.
I hope to be. We are all outcasts, but we need to stay together to survive. This camp we once hated could serve us well now. Would you let us stay here, even if it flies in the face of the matriarch's laws?
Of course, by all means.
Oh, I'd hoped you'd say so. You're an inspiration to us. Thank you.
Well, I just killed a shit ton of fucking bandits. Well, I'm level 12.
They say she fought like a soccer.
They say she fought like a what? What'd you call me?
What a boon. Our new home.
Oh, they're turning the raider camp into their house.
Well,
Thank you for giving us hope. All Mother has forsaken us, but at least now we have a place to live.
Easy to keep.
Are you serious? Look at this. It's in the tree.
well. How do you get it?
Usually by pressing triangle, but it's in the tree.
Jeez.
Should have brought a cart.
Apparently. What's going on? Is there anything in the red still?
Yeah, I believe so.
I'll admit, at first I felt slighted by your selfishness, but I'm glad I stayed too long. Every kill you made, I put my fingers on an arrowhead just to feel part of it.
You were keeping score? What's wrong with you?
I saw you preoccupied.
I didn't find your partner.
They killed him. And I hardly feel surprised. He was already getting cocky when he carved through the last band. I thought they were agreed. But we enjoyed the killing as just a challenge. No great loss. Nothing in the wilds I can't handle, just me and the voice of our teeth.
Your bow has a name?
Yours doesn't.
You're not just a traveler. That army was fitted for you. And the way you hold your bow.
I said a concerned traveler. I was a soldier. But I was a soldier longer than there was a war to be fought. And where the arrowhead passes between armor and skin, that's the place I'm in. So I make opportunities to find it. That's it.
Have you ever thought about hunting machines?
No, I don't get that look in your eyes.
Did bandits wrong you somehow?
They wrong us all. They live filthy lives, so they have to die that way too.
So you hunt them down to help others?
No. For sport. I can't wait for wars anymore. Life's too short and the thrill of death too sharp. If you kill a tribesman, all the retribution. Under war, they complain if you waste the meat. But bandits, they're vicious. They always put up a fight, and no one cares if you kill them.
Yes.
Which one would you think?
What did he just say to you?
He's a nigger who likes killing just for killing, but he particularly kills bad people and bandits.
It's a bad attitude.
I'm not sure who's worse. You or them.
We're saying they're not. Clearly, we beat with that.
We're done here.
Here, I'm afraid so. But we live in a world of ruins, and bandits have drawn them like infection to a wound. You wouldn't have that infection set up. I'm sure you would.
Maybe. If it can't be helped.
If we pass each other by, we'll know about it.
All right. Save these for the trail.
LOL, look, streetlights.
Whoa. Whoa, this is trippy.
Isn't it?
It's heavy. Well, let's go wide. Useful.
Woo! I almost hit my mount. I almost killed my mount. It's so funny.
Can't be too prepared.
It's like, oh, Amy.
Hilarious.
Good. I can use this.
See what?
Said I had to comb them out. Just overrode a writer.
You just
I mean, a watcher.
You just overrode a watcher. Can you use it to watch?
I have no idea how to use it.
Oh.
Does it follow me? Damn phone is dead. Let me see your phone.
For what?
I have to Google something. Mine's dead.
I'm watching something live. There's a computer right there.
That's recorded.
Here's this one.
Dumb. There's no point in overriding any other monsters besides the Strider, because all they do is fight for you. And I want my own XP, so.
That's fine.
And it's annoying enough riding on the thingy because I can't swirl.
That's your shield.
What is.
Not done yet.
Jeez.
Maybe the war chief left something behind. Some clue as to where she went. Lots of machines, all controlled by the killers. Lenora managed to take down a cart there. They sent a stampede of them down the slope. But not before the killers used it to send the other machines against them.
Brave! Let up! The dead and wounded all cleared away. Are there no more Braves or healers here?
Just me. You're hurt. What happened?
I didn't. It's madness out there. War Chief Sona sent me back to report. I'm no good to her like this.
Varl sent me to look for Sona. Do you know where she is now?
All I can tell you is where we parted. Near the metal tower southeast of the ruins of Devil's Thirst. Look to the rise behind it with a lone boulder. I'll head for the embrace and report what I know to Varl and the others. May All Mother lend you strength. I need it. Going alone.
Now can't enter this location. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. I'm getting another one. Water. Grazer. No Striders. Ha! There's my bitch. There he is. Wonderful.
Good for moving. Whoa there.
Sawtooth.
Careful.
To override these machines, I'll have to find out where they came from. Here they come.
Oh well. One fucking hit. Fucking hate the Sawtooth. Where even is this? Oh, we're done for the day.
Oh,
Dying sucks.
I feel you, man. What time is it?
It's 10 o'clock. We've yet to come up with a good strategy to fight the sawtooth.
Yeah, the fuckers are too strong.
I can't just melee them.
No.
Because their melee is too strong.
Yes, you have to have a strategy. Like, you have to stun them and then hit them, or you have to freeze them and then hit them. I recommend freeze them and then hit them.
I don't have the power to freeze. I can do freeze damage. That's not the same as freezing people.
Oh. But you do have the power to stun him.
No. What makes you think that?
The trip caster.
I have the power to lay a trap that can stun him.
AKA you have the power to stun him.
If he goes through the trap.
Which, you know, if you observe him, you can see his path, right?
Yes, that doesn't necessarily mean I can get to his path to lay the trap.
Okay.
Literally, because when I just ran into him this time, he was in a herd of other things. So therefore, I would at least have to kill all the other things that would be in the way of me laying the trap for his path before that. And usually he's going to kill me while I'm in the process of killing everyone else who's around him. Because it's going to alert he's going to be alerted to me. I did the rock trick where, like, the place that I'm approaching from, he's right there at the entrance.
Can't you use the rock trick to lure away the things that aren't him and kill them?
He still comes because he has the most awareness about all the things around him.
Even the whistle trick also alerts him?
I can't use the whistle trick because there's no tall grass near where I am. So if I use the whistle trick, it's going to call everyone. Even though it's only technically supposed to call one, it calls everyone if I'm visible.
Yeah. Well, it only works in tall grass.
Right. It only works if you're invisible.
Yeah.
But the spot that I'm attacking from does not have tall grass. I could try to look for different...
You absolutely have to kill the things that aren't the sawtooth before you fight it. That's just...
Yes, that's what I was trying to do.
Right.
I was trying to kill the fucking stupid grazers that were surrounding it.
Right. But you have to do it carefully enough somehow that you don't get killed by the sawtooth in the process of killing the things that aren't.
I have to figure out a different place to approach from because the place that I'm approaching from just isn't good enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
I need to have... Right, like, I have to have somewhere to hide.
You have to have cover to retreat to.
There's a difference between somewhere to hide and cover.
Well, you have to have some kind of ability to make yourself safe.
That's running away.
Okay. So can't you just hit and run all the little guys?
No, because that means I'm going to get too close to the scrapper, to the thingy, most likely. And he's really fast. So there's no guarantee that I can run away from him. I've tried running away from the thing before, and he's too fast.
Even if you make sure to target wait until he is on the trajectory of his path that makes him the furthest from any single...
He's not that far away. There's literally like two that are, no matter where he is, he's super close to two of them. They're packed together in the spot that I'm at right now.
Oh, and what is the lower class?
They're grazers. They're not that low class. They're the ones that I got the trophy with during the probing. They take 2 hard hits.
And they have antlers.
Yes. Not to mention the horse kick. And probably a ranged attack as well.
If you use your cryo grenade with your sling, that would hit the sawtooth and the grazer guards.
Not to mention alert them to wherever I am.
Isn't any attack going to do that?
No. Silent attacks don't do that.
Okay.
as well as a well-placed stealth shot.
Okay. Okay, so that's what you have to do. You have to snipe the grazers in their weak points with arrows, and then you have to, and then that's probably the only way to get or one of the only easy ways to get the sawtooth by itself.
What's going on with that, Rez?
Ignore.
Can't be a bitch.
How were you being a bitch?
Probably try to not try again.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
No lunch. No.
I don't even know how I died that time.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Ugh.
A scrapper, I think, attacked me while he was laying down after I hit him.
Huh. Maybe they can use their scrapper attack when prone.
Easy, easy.
Trying to down a beer.
What do you mean? I already have this one.
Oh, it's almost empty though.
So what's your point?
Well, I just got some weed.
Heard it. The whistle makes me so loud. I need to not call my mount when I'm near enemies.
Yeah, maybe that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, that would be a wonderful idea.
No, just maybe.
It literally makes me as loud as I can fucking be.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Knowledge. Nice.
That shit chased me to the fucking water. Weakness, power cell. Weakness, radar.
What chased you through the water?
Scrappers. Their weaknesses aren't that weak, you know.
Such is the problem.
Don't fucking hurt my mouth. Do I really have that many shards on me? You took it all? Wow, look how many shards I have.
I was proud of you.
Thanks.
Did you want it now?
No, let me get to the sawtooth.
Sounds so true.
Maybe that ass.
Oh, okay. Check me out. My quests menu, my uncompleted quests menu fills my screen.
LOL.
Like I have to scroll all the way down to see the line break. See?
Hang on.
Pause the game and look for 1 second. I had to scroll all the way down just to see the line break. See?
LOL.
Because I've been racking up tons of quests by going lots of places, but I haven't done most of them because that's fucking dangerous.
But you've also done a decent amount.
True. Yeah, I've been literally not camping this fucking life. I've been doing shit. I didn't build a farm until fucking 17th level. Proof, yeah.
You have just as many completed quests as you have queued up.
And this is the first time I've ever had this many uncompleted quests, which just goes to show you I've been more active than ever. Talking to people and shit. Not even talking to people, just going places. I stopped being able to justify carrying around my minigun because I have too many heavy weapons now with my jump jet and my fucking missile launcher, and I would still be carrying my minigun, except I ran out of 5mm rounds. So I'm like, well, if I don't even have ammo, I can't even use it, and it's taking like 30 fucking pounds in my inventory, and I have 2 other heavy weapons that I carried, so no, not gonna carry it right now. So it's sitting waiting for me at Cambridge Police Station.
Minigun at Cambridge Police Station because it was too inconvenient.
Because I ran out of ammo. That was the number 1 reason. Number 2 reason was because the jump jet and the missile launcher are really heavy and they're really powerful, so they kind of take its place a little bit.
I never liked to carry it.
Yeah. But I like it. I like carrying it around. Makes me feel safe.
Makes me feel heavy.
Saved my life more than once just this game.
Party, little plant. You'll help.
Did you know you could have more than one stream at the same time on one channel?
Like live stream?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now on mine.
No.
Yep, I have my stream up there with us for you, and I have my stream down here for me at the same time.
I just start streaming my video games on your shit.
Wait, what?
Just start streaming. Well, you should just share a link to my stream of my video games on your shit in the future.
Do you just mean on my Twitter?
No, on your YouTube. On the YouTube of this guy.
Oh, you just mean like when I upload something that includes you in it, I should.
If you're doing that, you should put the link of my game.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. Yes, I totally agree. The only reason I haven't already is I don't know how.
In the description.
Fine.
Just throw it in there.
No, there's a better way to do it.
What, overlapping the videos?
Oh, no,
It's separate.
no, you're right. In the description, I'm sorry. When you said in the description, I heard in the title. LOL. But yes, you're right. In the description is the place you're supposed to put it. Yeah, I'll just drop a link into the description. I know how to do that. Yeah, you're right.
No. I do not know how to do that.
I know how to do that, okay? Doesn't make fun of me.
If I found
That
out, I could launch over.
Yes, ma'am. That is a sawtooth. Just imagine a
he's
long.
literally on top of me.
Just imagine a hybrid of a long neck and a sawtooth.
It's hot in here.
AC does do it, AC. Was you sipping your beer?
Yes, and I got to the sawtooth, so that means
Awesome. Chug. This is so stupid. This wood I shot is stuck in midair and I can't take it down.
this what?
This wood that I shot out of my jump jet is stuck in midair
Oh, that's lame.
and I can't take it.
Did you crouch?
I was originally crouching.
What did I? Was that Preston's command that I probably saw already? Yeah.
Hopefully it goes away like corpses. Corpses eventually go away.
Holy shit.
Doesn't get sawtooth.
I'm trying. I have to get him. Go away. This guy.
I'm good without the right angle.
Oh shit, motherfucker. Jesus. Fucking A. You came really, really close to dying. Twice.
Okay, you're okay.
I did it because I had a full bar of a.
Of healing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter if you can heal or not if they wipe out your HP.
True. It will not automatically heal for you. No. But I killed it, okay?
Yes, Bessie, yes, T. Hello. My one stream serves as the audio for both of our streams.
Yes.
That's convenient. Oh my god, Deidra, can you believe I was just literally switched to a weapon that wasn't my jump jet because I was worried I would run out of guns?
Oh, what?
I switched to a different weapon because I had been using my jump jet and I was really enjoying it, but I was stressing because I thought, I'm low on ammo.
For your jump jet?
Yeah, I literally had that thought. I
don't understand.
It's retarded to think that I'm low on ammo for my jump jet.
Why?
Because it literally shoots junk.
So
it's easy to find junk.
no, it's not.
I found
It's
this.
so not.
Okay.
Yeah, junk is everywhere, if that's what you mean.
This must be where Bison was running to.
Yes.
But it's always valuable to keep it too. So I don't
But
understand.
shooting it doesn't destroy it. Also.
Yeah, picking it up from where you shot it, not easy to find. No.
Okay, but you get to pick and choose what you load into the jump jet.
Whatever. Barely helps.
Oh, I'm just loading it with like bullets.
Good for you. Go do whatever with whatever the fuck you want. It's a retarded weapon. I would never use it.
It's not a retarded.
It's a retarded weapon.
Alright.
I would never use it.
You're wrong.
Okay. It's a weapon for retards, and I would never use it. Period.
That's hilarious. I don't care how valuable the junk is, it's not worth more than your life.
Okay, don't go on a fucking mission if you don't have ammo.
It's also a very powerful weapon.
The war chest stopped here.
So,
This'll last.
You're also always never going to be able to carry as much as you want to be able to.
so
So it would always be reasonable to have like, 5 or 10 items in your junk jet that you that are like your least valuable junk items that you have on you, because it's very likely that you would fill that carrying capacity up anyway before you get wherever the fuck you're going.
What?
Dressings from wounds.
The junk jet weighs on its own, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's compensated for by the fact that it's a powerful, heavy weapon.
I must have taken him
That
to
costs more than anything else when it comes to ammo.
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay, agree to disagree.
Okay.
arrow
I mean,
shots.
we can scientifically decide which one of our positions is correct.
No. You have your position, I have mine. We'll just leave it like
Oh,
that.
well, there is an objectively.
Good.
Great.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Engineer.
I'm sure there is. It just doesn't matter what that is, because I'm not going to change my position, and you're not going to change yours, and that's how it is.
After the ambush.
I think about it much less rigidly than that.
And it also doesn't really matter. You want to use the jump jet? I think it's fucking retarded to use it. That's all there is to it.
Hilarious.
Looks like someone in her graves headed for that bridge. The dead sawtooth. Maybe Sona took it out. She could be close.
Why'd you bounce?
Because a sawtooth is about to blindside me in the movie.
Oh, well. Stop being your ridiculousness.
What? I was just trying to put the blanket on my fucking lap.
Hey, well, you almost ruined your only pick, so.
Here we go, folks.
Fellow mortals, one and all.
I suck at video games, by the way. I fucking suck.
They couldn't tell. Some of them probably couldn't tell. You are pretty decent at this game. Better than you are at my games, that's for sure.
Uh-huh. I should continue to pick out my own games.
As if you didn't pick this one out with help from me.
Yeah, but not much.
Yeah, and not directly, indirectly.
I have not been playing for 9 hours.
Yes, you have.
No, I have not.
You have.
No, I have not.
Wait, you want to watch the stream?
No. I don't.
Okay, well, that's the evidence. I'm sure some of it was pause screens, sure.
Like now.
Right. But that's normal for streamers.
Pause screens.
Just shit. Just general shit. I mean, not everyone's just going to end their stream just because they walk away for half an hour. You got guys like that need to go cook themselves some ramen real quick.
Okay. Whatever. I'd be feeling bad every time I had a pause. Like, fuck.
Oh, I'm not saying I don't feel bad. I just don't feel bad enough to, be sorry.
Uh-huh. Well, we all know that.
LOL. You don't know me at all.
Mm-hmm. I find this fascinating.
I find it fascinating too.
Look at it. You can, see the different curvatures.
You can see all the layers. It's like an onion.
It's weird because it's just weird.
I agree. It's weird because it's just weird. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I don't know. I like having my own nails under my nails growing underneath.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I like it or not.
Mm-hmm. What's the alternative?
Having them cut short
Mm.
and not having them be there. So that makes them less likely to break, number one.
Whatever you think is best. Whatever is more popular is the better way to do it.
Acrylic is the most popular because it's the most durable and it's the cheapest. And it's not this powder shit, so it's this other shit where they can manipulate it easier, so they can do better shaping, better.
Okay.
all that whatnot.
Well, you figure out what you think.
I'm trying acrylic next time.
Okay.
But what I'm going to ask them is if they feel like they can do dipping powder well. Because I've noticed with dipping powder, they don't have a lot of control. They don't have as much control for the outcome as they do with acrylic.
Okay.
Because they're dipping my nails into some shit and they're using that to be the thing that mostly builds the shape of my nails, and then they'll shape it up afterwards.
Yeah.
And then it depends on the detail orientation of the fucking nail tech how well they'll shape it up afterwards. However, with acrylic nails, it's a whole different process where it's inherently more. They have to do more work to make the shape themselves, so they're more likely to do a better job because it's not just dip her nail into some shit and shake it off, and that's the shape. You know, like they actually have to paint the shape onto my fucking fingernail.
Yeah.
With the acrylic.
Yeah.
So, it's different. They're more likely to actually do the right shape that way because they actually have control over it. They are themselves putting the shape onto my nail, rather than having powder do it for themselves. If that makes sense.
Yes.
So I'm gonna try that next time. But that I could be mixing that up because I'm mostly going by pink and white, which is French tips. So I know that's what they do for French tips. I've never gotten acrylic nails before, so I think I'm just regurgitating what the fuck they do for French tips, and I don't know what the fuck they do. But I can't imagine that it would be different. Like I know they put this little extension piece on to your nail, okay? But then they have to build a shape. Like they have to build a round on top of that. You know, they have to build a thick nail on top of the little extension that they put on in order for it not to break off as soon as the wind blows. Okay, so I imagine that they use a similar product as they do with the pink and white for the acrylic, but I don't know. I've never gotten acrylic nails before, so.
Okay.
We'll just see. We'll just see.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
I mean, you had me at the very first sentence you spoke.
Whatever. I said sorry.
That's okay.
You can say stop talking,
You get so offended.
So what?
So because of that, it's often not worth it to say something like that.
Well, in your opinion.
Okay, well, my speech, my opinion.
It's not my fault that you don't know how to deal with it when I get offended.
Don't know how to deal with it.
Oh, you certainly don't have a great track record.
Cool.
You're lucky I happened by. One heartbeat more, and that sawtooth would have torn you apart.
Half a heartbeat more and I would have killed it myself. So you're War Chief Sona? Varl asked me to find you.
Has he held the gate?
He has, bravely. I saw him kill a corrupted machine himself. But he worries for you.
Our tribe needs strength, not sentiment. I've tracked some of the killers who struck the Proving. I crave vengeance. Do you?
You have no idea.
Show me then. Lend me your strength. Follow.
LOL.
The killers are just across this ridge, digging the cursed earth. The sin of the ancients is buried in that soil. Corrupted demons.
I know of them. I killed one at Mother's Lodge.
A bold claim. I wonder if you'll live up to it.
Oh, she's doubting that you said you killed one.
Killed a corrupted monster? LOL.
No, she doesn't think you really did it.
Just any corrupted monster.
Yeah. Hilarious.
Yeah, that's hilarious. You know what would be hilarious is if, like, someone, like, actually had someone else do that mission part for them, because they couldn't do it, or something, and they legit hadn't done it.
That's basically the easiest. The story setting. That's basically what that is.
The enemy and their demonic
Just the whole
machines outnumber us.
Yep.
But we will have fury on our side.
We could have more than that.
Explain.
That's Blaze. What we used to burn, they used to blast. That's how they dug out this pit.
So we put fire to it and then?
Boom.
Then let us begin.
Whoa, wait. Let's not rush. Give me some time to make an approach. If I end up alerting them, open fire.
All right. Let's see what you can do.
Those bandits.
Bandits tea, bandits desert.
Let's see. Dante. Precision ball. Oh well. Precision blow my fucking ass. Did you see that? Look at this. Okay. Okay.
Watch. Is it more accurate for one? Because you're firing really fast.
Oh.
Wow. Hilarious.
Ow! Ow!
Fucking hilarious. You suck.
See, I knew I had to be doing something
Jesus
wrong.
Christ.
But I said that a long time ago.
Literally like hip firing the damn thing. Appreciating my ass.
But it wasn't working. It just flat out wasn't working. So like, that's how my other bow works. So.
I'm pretty sure your other bow also works the same way.
Oh really?
Yes.
No, it doesn't. No, because I held this one down a lot. So I would know.
So the precision means that's what it does that.
Yeah.
Okay. Precision your ass. Hilarious.
See, no, it's different. It's not always. Hold up. Yeah, this is the precision bow. Okay, see, this is why. Because, like, when I'm not aiming at someone.
Okay, then try with the other bow.
What do you mean?
If it only does if it only Jews the lead when you're aiming at a person.
Oh, hold up. I was pressing the wrong button.
Oh, you were pressing the wrong button. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, same thing happens.
Fucking hilarious. You need to get better at aiming, but still.
This isn't even the right one. This is the medium.
It's not the precision one.
But I was just trying to see what that one does.
Right. And it's still a lot easier to aim it when you actually aim it.
Yeah.
But you're being shot at right now, and you're not very good at aiming yet, so.
I have another shot from this one.
Shit. It should be fun practicing it though.
Oh, it is.
You're dying.
I can get out of this.
Still giggling. It's okay. You just have less experience with those animals.
Yeah. Finally.
Need the right ammo.
Something above us.
Now where are they going to spawn me
Good question. Where did they spawn you from?
from? Okay, here.
You didn't lose too much progress, did you?
No.
Yeah, they don't be doing you like that. They don't want you to quit.
Who's firing at me?
Shit.
Woo! Glad I got out of there. That was going to kill me. It was a bad idea. Shoot from here. Shoot from there, particularly.
Forget it. I can't. Get ready. Without warning. Here we are. Shadow upon them. Die, apostate! Yes!
No space. Might need that.
This guy in Hangman's Alley talking about, I need to get back to Diamond City one of these days.
Nigga, what?
Right.
You literally
Hey,
like
just walk over there. Then.
right, you're
It's
right
there.
down the street.
There's
Like,
literally no enemies between here.
no, you got security patrol
Uh-huh.
going up and down the corridor.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
what else do you need, bro?
Fucking hilarious. See, there isn't even enemies here and shit. Literally no enemies.
You killed the Superman.
They were dead the first time I arrived. I never saw them in this game.
Wow.
Those ones at least.
Lucky.
But one time I was snooping around looking for ceramic on these in these alleyways, and I thought I was safe because I was inside the radius of the guards. Okay, and it did save my life, but I ended up causing the death of a guard because I was snooping around looking for ceramic, and the fucking legendary wild mongrel and alpha wild mongrel and regular mongrel all attacked me at the same time, and I ran behind a guard. Yeah.
Well, at least you survived.
Right. That's the important part.
Mm-hmm. There will always be Diamond City guards.
Legitimately his job to do that, so I don't know. I didn't go off the road or anything. They came and attacked me. So what? Literally, he was just doing his job.
Yeah. You live and die for the line of duty.
Yes, ma'am.
Where's this lady at?
What took me forever to leave Hangman's Alley, but when I went north again, I sent a shit ton of people down south to Hangman's Alley, so I now have 13 people.
Among all the killers, I counted more of the war party massacre. Chase out of these shadows from here to Spirit Ridge.
You're hurt. Losing blood.
My health is not your concern.
No one doubts your determination, but you need rest.
She's right, War Chief. Give your wounds time to close.
Val, what are you doing here? I ordered you to hold that gate with your life.
And so I did, until the runner you sent returned with news of his encounter with Aloy and your location. I left the gate well guarded. My place is here, with you, with our vengeance. Am I not owed that?
Maybe I should have a look around, see if I can figure out where the rest of the killers are.
Do as you wish. Everyone else does.
Mom,
Yummy day.
but Mom, stop embarrassing me.
I just wanted to make sure you were alright.
Whatever the hell that is, it smells good. LOL, is that like disgusting shit from earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious. Terrible.
Need a lead. Focus might find something.
Oh, what time is it?
11. We should stop at like 12. Alright, if you want to go to bed, go to bed. Yeah, well, you have been doing this for a ridiculously long time.
Uh-huh. Goodbye, world. No one's ever gonna watch that video, most likely.
LOL. Never say no one. Watch me watch it.
Again, no one's ever gonna watch that video.
Funny. Cheap, cheap.
Right.
LOL.
Let's see what you got.
Hmm. It's up.
Okay, this is what I've got. Don't stop it. Stand. Tell me what's right here. Represented by me, myself, and I. Got too much dirt down here? Get it trimmed. You won't regret it. Watch your step. Protection for sale. And full pieces.
It's up.
Sure. Here's my supply. Robin's as honest word gets. Lost track and how many whiskies I got. Yes. Don't care what. That place. Hear about that farm run back home? That's something.
What's going on?
I just want to trade a few things.
What's up?
Seems to be growing well.
Yeah, right. So you get up on the break, right? You should go. Whole place is fucked by doorways.
What's up?
bombs didn't hit the city for some reason. Seems to be growing well.
People are having to sleep in sheds. It's making everyone a bit like
things during this time, which I want to get to when we start talking about the Shenandoah Park. But set the context for us temporally in that era, and then we can talk more about why we seem to forget these things.
So the context is the early 20th century, talking about a moment when ideas about eugenics, which is the science of engineering human reproduction for the betterment of society, when they move from the realms of books and laboratories into public life in a really profound way, taking on the context of almost a social movement. And what really facilitates that is this belief that eugenics can make a lot of solutions to social problems that sort of elite white people favored at the time, so suppression of black people, keeping women in a subordinate position, thinking about ways to continue exploiting the poor, restricting the types of people that can come to America. It made those solutions more palatable by presenting the people that they were trying to target as their beliefs as scientifically valid instead of based on prejudice. And so the context that we're looking at is how the United States, and in particular Virginia, which is what I write about, makes that leap from kind of keeping these ideas within the realm of science to translating them into a social movement and seeing them as a universal application for solving social problems, but also keeping their social hierarchy intact.
And there's also there's multiple economic motives too here, right? In terms of both what these folks represent in terms of labor, what they represent as in terms of potential cost to society. And we should also say this around the time where we're talking about, the innovation of the income tax and, the needing of funds for World War I. So there's this desire to sort of like cut expenses on some level. There's an austerity story to this too.
100%. Eugenics organizations would circulate, postcards and flyers, sending them to the, mailboxes of Americans that would say things like, every 15 minutes, 100 of your dollars, being tax dollars, goes to the care of persons with hereditary degeneracy and things like that. So it's a story about taking sort of a range of people who are already problematic to this elite white society. So people who are disfavored because of their race, people who are disfavored because of their gender, their disability, their economic status, and sort of reinventing them as a group that was destined to perpetually drain society of its resources unfairly. And so the idea, which was wildly popular, even physicians would sort of enumerate the social debts of the people that they were, quote unquote, trying to treat. That they were creating a societal debt that could never be paid and would be unfairly borne by successive generations of well-to-do white Americans.
How does this go from, I guess, the justification used during slavery that slave owners were benevolent by bringing African people over and enslaving them and engaging in the slave trade? I mean, that was some of the ways that white people justified their racist thinking, right? Like, how does that evolve to this scientific racism and eugenics that I guess was so dominant at the start of the 20th century?
Right, so I can give you the best example from Virginia is a man who worked for the University of Virginia named Paul Brandon Barringer, who is one of the early leaders of his medical program, and he took what he would call the Negro problem into his expertise and sort of imprinted it with eugenic thought. So it's a really interesting way to see the transition of those ideas from these kind of older, hysterical conspiracy theory, sounding beliefs into something that sounded really fresh and modern and scientific to their ears. And so his idea was that there was just natural barbarism among Black people, and that without the sort of mitigating, supporting, sort of taking down, influence of slave owners, that they were the people who had kept all that in check. And now that America was post-slavery, that there was a real fear that those impulses and urges and violence and sort of societal disorder that would return. And so takes that impulse, that desire for control, and sort of diffuses it, makes it much more malleable, and applies it to sort of a wider dragnet of individuals.
I apologize. I probably should have started off this way, but will you just define for people what eugenics is? I think I don't want to assume that everybody has a full grasp on that.
Sure. Eugenics is the science of engineering, searching, and reproduction for the betterment of society. It has active side, it has positive sides and negative sides. Those are not really moral descriptors. We just mean that sometimes eugenicists are concerned with adding people to the population, and sometimes eugenicists are concerned with subtracting people up from the population. So adding people to the population, positive eugenics might be creating incentives or encouragement for well-born people to sort of get together and reproduce, similar to how the English aristocracy managed itself. Negative eugenics is trying to subtract people from the population. Largely in America, what that looks like is enacting things like forced sterilization laws that sort of gave the state liberty to control the reproduction of people. But negative eugenics can also look like things like immigration quotas, which restrict immigration from certain.
My handle, if I was on a dating app, would be Old Tips Village.
Countries.
All right. Well, tell us the story of Carrie Buck, because this will give sort of some grounding for folks to understand sort of the dynamic taking place here.
So Carrie Buck was the first person legally sterilized in the state of Virginia. Virginia passes a eugenics law in 1924. It takes a while for that law to be tested by the higher courts, which is what the architects of that law want to happen. Carrie Buck is selected as the first test case, and the reason that she's attractive to the people in power is because she's a young white woman. She's about 17 or 18 years old. She's been in the foster care system, or what they call, what passed through the foster care system at that time since she was a toddler. She's been living with a family for a decade, working primarily as their housekeeper, as sort of like a domestic mother's helper. And sort of during her teenage years, she's assaulted and raped by the nephew of her foster mother, and she becomes pregnant. This is going to be a big scandal for the foster family, because even if they can blame Carrie, sort of like present her as a woman out of control, their job is to create kind of a benevolent influence on her as foster parents, and they failed at that. So what they do instead is sort of orchestrate for Carrie a fictitious history of mental problem, outbursts, tantrums, even epilepsy, to get her committed to an institution called the Lynchburg Colony for Epileptics and Feeble-Minded, which was sort of a catch-all institution for people who were thought to be hereditarily deficient in mental capacity. And so Carrie enters that institution after she has her daughter Vivian. And there she's selected as a test case, and her, she's encouraged to, with legal advocates, go through the appeals process. The case ends up in the Supreme Court in 1927, which sides with the state of Virginia. The famous, quote, 3 generations of imbeciles are enough from Oliver Wendell Holmes comes from that case. And Carrie is sterilized that fall.
This is Buck v. Bell. And this, people should understand that this case, that was 1927. This ruling in Buck v. Bell, maybe you can tell everybody, stays in, is the law of the land until do you want to finish? Because I think it's shocking.
Bell is the law of the land everywhere. What happens, though, is that some states, like Virginia, start removing the eugenics laws that have been sort of legally sanctioned by Buck v. Bell voluntarily in the 1970s. So when I talk about Virginia, I usually use the dates 1924 to 1979, because that's when the last explicit eugenics law is taken off the books. But the legal precedent of Buck v. Bell has never been overturned. There's been momentum to try to overturn it. The ACLU has been very interested in Buck v. Bell, moments from its past, but no one has ever been successful at getting this law and the precedent it set overturned.
And we'll swing back around to the fact that it happened, at least national press in the past, I don't know, it was 18 months ago, 12 months ago when it came to immigrant women in this country. We will get there. Let's tell us about Joseph D. Jarrett.
So Joseph DeJarnett was the superintendent of the hospital that is in my backyard. It's a hospital called Western State Hospital, one of 5 state hospitals in the Virginia system. And from about 1905 to 1943, Joseph DeJarnett was its superintendent. And he was one of the most vocal leaders of Virginia's eugenics movement. He was, for example, an expert witness in Buckeye Bell. He was the person sort of leading a charge to petition state senators, for example, to create momentum to pass these eugenic laws. He was one of the first people to call in the state of Virginia to call for what we call a sterilization law for weaklings. He was almost obsessive with the idea of sterilization. His nickname was Joseph Sterilization DeJarnett, and he approved of it. And so he is a very significant figure in the history of Virginia eugenics practiced at the hospital, which is located right down the road from me. And it is, the primary reason why I became interested in the subject of eugenics, just that kind of like spatial connection to that history. Under DeJarnett, about 1,200 people at Western State were sterilized, and then a couple hundred after his tenure. So all total, we're talking about 7,000, 8,000 people in Virginia, and then 1,700 at the institution that is close to me.
And we should say that was he represented the sort of this turn towards eugenics, at least in the context of he was the one to start to execute this at that Western State facility, right? I mean, there was and what was the backdrop of sort of just like medicine here? I mean, I think like I watched The Nick a long time ago, and eugenics came up as in that, and it seemed to be part of an outgrowth of this of progress in the context of medicine. That this was an application. Talk about that, but also talk about it in the context of your assessment that these men in particular, and the ones who were involved in this, weren't just of their time. That you can make a value judgment on them that was not intrinsic to that era.
So the context of people like Joseph DeJarnett sort of coming into power in the 1920s is broadly there's a lot of social problems that seem unsolvable. There's things like mental illness, disability, crime. Our life the life expectancy shoots up a little bit in this century. People are living longer lives. There's more immigrants, more people equals more disease, and so there's a genuine uptick in sort of like the concerns that populate their world. At the same time, they're coming off of previous generations who had quite different philosophies of patient care. They tried to reinvent things like psychiatric medicine as something that centered humane treatment of people with mental illness, believing that it might be possible for people who were institutionalized to be cured or healed, to return to society in some capacity. In DeJarnett's era, that kind of emphasis on cure turns into an emphasis on control and containment. More and more, people start passing the cost of sort of taking care of people who are disabled or mentally ill locally onto state hospitals. So that allows them, again, we're talking about, austerity, the connection to austerity. That's a big one where, quote unquote, problem people get sent away to large state institutions where they can be more efficiently managed. And all of this lands on the shoulders of people like Joseph DeJarnett. And so it becomes his job to be less of a physician and more of a human accountant, where he's sort of perpetually calibrating sort of numbers of people who are ill, the future drain on society, the future cost of letting these people stay alive. And he is just advising the state and pressuring the state more and more to kind of move in this direction of sterilizing even more and more people. He once sworn in, for example, that the Germans were meeting Americans at our own game. And so that's the context. I personally, as you alluded to, kind of make a value judgment about people like DeJarnett. He was, I think he was a narcissist, a megalomaniac. Sorry to use sort of descriptions from the realm of psychiatry too. But he was somebody who was very invested in his own image. He wrote kind of very disturbing poetry about his patients. He seemed to very much enjoy the control that he had over their lives. So it wasn't just a man who was sort of put into this position of charting very choppy waters of social change in this moment and sort of the undeniable pressures of running a state institution in a time of austerity, but someone who considered himself as a riser to the occasion and wanted to be even more sort of known and attached to this cause.
Can you talk about, I guess, how in this time, as you mentioned, there's this rise in disease and uncertainty, and it seems like there is obviously
What's going on?
Yeah. Or racist and honest is not as
some scientific growth and people trying to provide scientific explanations for a lot of the changes in their lives. I mean, scientific racism still exists today, but it almost seems like this time period was ripe for
we need to get back to that. It was kind of my other thought.
I'm the attorney, and I am going to ask you to make a donation to this campaign. I'm asking you because I need your help. I am running for this seat to help change the material conditions of the poor, the working poor, and the very middle class. And in order to get there, and in order to do this great work, whether it's fighting for Medicare for all or canceling student debt, I need you. So make an investment into this campaign. $3, $11, $27. All of that helps this campaign to be able to run and run on behalf of the people who need it most. So I need you right now. Join our movement. Together, we're going to do great things.
Is Canelo. Face the fearless. No one's on No one's beating Canelo versus Saunders. May 8th.
and Billy Joe Saunders defeat Canelo.
Download the DAZN app.
racist outcomes under the guise of actual scientific exploration, if that makes sense.
Sure, I mean, what eugenics did was allow an acknowledgement of the dire social situation. So the idea that there was the belief that these were pressing social problems, almost unsolvable, about to take American society completely off track and move it backwards into almost a state of de-evolution. But what they wrestled from that, and why eugenics was particularly powerful for building this bridge, is that this was scientific progress. This was not something of the last century. It was not something that in Virginia, it's the Old South, for example, that the Old South would have done. It's kind of a whatever it needs to sustain itself. And I think that's a great way of looking at eugenics, to how it could be something that could sustain and invent scientific racism, but at the same time be something that could be used to create an incredibly large dragnet for white people as well.
Yeah, let's talk because this era is also, you tie it into this is and sort of brings us almost full circle to the future, I guess, or to the recent, just the very recent past. This is also the same time that they are putting up a statue of Robert E. Lee in Charlottesville, and there is this sense of when you talk about control, there is this sense of like we and we in this instance being the wealthy white folks need to reassert ourselves during this period. This big growth for the KKK. I mean, just put all that into context. Like, how do these things relate to each other?
So this is a time when Virginia is really focused on its self-image, is one layer. So it really is concerned with charting a course that's different from the older version of itself, and also the wider South that has this kind of lingering reputation for being a backwards place. And so Virginians embrace eugenics as sort of a band-aid to kind of cosmetically recuperate the old South into the new. And the reason that Confederate, statues and monuments become so the fascinating thing about them is they're animated by the same desire for to control race mixing. And so plopping down a statue at the boundary between a white neighborhood and a black neighborhood, as they did in Charlottesville with the Lee statue, is a strong message to say, this is our boundary. We're not going to tolerate transmission between these portals, between these worlds. And so that sounds very familiar to somebody who knows something about the Old South, but it would have also sounded very modern to people hearing it in 1924 Virginia, because they would have, been saying things like, and this is a quote, that one drop of blood makes the Negro is no longer a belief induced by race prejudice, but a scientific fact. And so imprinting those kind of modern spins on their older beliefs was incredibly valuable to maintain this kind of social order in the South, where they wanted to be cosmetically different, but not really destabilize their social hierarchy. And so the language that they use is eerily similar, but would have sounded, would have been a type of code a new kind of code that they were talking in.
And we should say it was that same year that the Racial Integrity Act, which was decided, and the Sterilization Act were passed.
Yes. That year for Virginia.
Yeah, I guess so. And I wanna circle back and just sort of the flag, like the idea that, and I think Emma was expressing this a little bit too, the idea that you can achieve the same ends but do so in a different language.
Under the guise of scientific exploration, which sounds, like a good thing.
Right. Is a neat trick, I guess. And we see that played over into that, and we will get there. But I want to talk about the hotel, the Blackburn Inn, which you can see it is a really nice hotel.
Yes.
All right. Well, why is the Villages in Stoughton, and if I'm pronouncing that correctly, in the Blackburn Inn, why is that important to the story? Obviously, it's the same location as like the actual physical place in Western State, but how does that history carry through into that place?
So, right, the hotel and this luxury housing development are sort of these two new enterprises that have been built from the bones of a former state psychiatric hospital, Western State, that we were talking about earlier. So in the place of this hospital now is quite nice. Accommodation for tourists and for sort of second home and vacation home buyers. I tend to think that eugenics in America is something that is really well researched, but not particularly well remembered. And we're talking about things like memory black holes in this conversation, and that's sort of exactly it. And I used to, be able to see this hotel from in the development side forward.
Possible position. I'm asking you to commit. I don't have any right to ask you to that. Yes, I was kind of desperate at that point. I still don't know why you sit there. Because with me, or Commonwealth, or some other people, it doesn't really matter. I just want you to know that I appreciate what you've done. If you look at where we were then to where we are now, I can hardly believe it. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It's pretty dear, especially from you. We make a good team, General. No doubt about that. I've taken up enough of your time. We better get back to it.
That would be dangerous looking at you. Okay, here we go.
Everything outside the wall is. That's just how it is.
Michelle.
Hate it when they bring up the Institute. Hey, like folks aren't already scared of them. Anyway, don't let it get to you. Life here is still a hell of a lot safer than out there in the Commonwealth.
I'll be fine. Thanks.
Welcome. So what brings you to the Great Green Jewel?
What brought you?
Came on this place a while back. Didn't intend to stay at first, but I felt something here. A gut feeling. People here are searching for something more than just getting by. They built a school, shop, a power plant, and even this job. What about you? What brings you here?
Looking for someone who's gone missing.
Gone missing. Who is it? Friend? Relative?
My son was kidnapped. His name is Sean.
The boy's gone missing? That's terrible. I'm afraid missing people don't get found in that city. God seems to have turned a blind eye. And with all the fear of the Institute in people's hearts, they've turned a blind eye as well.
I'm lost, Pastor. I need help. Please.
Well, I don't want to get your hopes up, but there is someone who might be able to help. Nick Valentine. He's a detective. Saved a lot of lives over the years, but so many more stay missing. The trouble has a habit of sticking to him. Thanks. I'll go talk to him. Take care of yourself now.
Who needs a haircut? Everyone needs a haircut. Step up. Around here, we call your haircut the scab special. Little flecks of blood, give you a personal touch. You should think about getting a trim.
Not right now.
Sure, some other time.
It's insurance against raiders. I got a lot of options here. Let's see what you have. Everything hand tool.
blood from the razor.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, you. Famous corporate figure on that wall day.
Staying out of trouble.
You are checking up on me. I love it. But do not worry. I have got time for anyone who might try to kill me over debts. All is well, friend. Relax.
I'll take a look. Sure.
Not to bias you, but everything is delicious.
Little time. Need a room? I'll take it. Room 2 is yours. Enjoy.
Have a nice day. Need new clothes? It's not my fault. Oh, great.
a lot of the questions that we've kind of danced around today is why is the memory attached to the American eugenics movement so uneven? What would it take to get communities talking about these difficult and can be uncomfortable topics, but the necessary topics? How does that history kind of live alongside something like a luxury development that sort of aligns that history quite strongly? And so, as somebody who does history and was really interested in the way people remember or don't remember things, this was a fascinating case study for me to see happen in real time. And the short version is the site itself claims a really narrow portion of its past that is a little bit more optimistic than the Jarden era and what came after. And so I just am somebody who is perpetually wondering, well, where does that history go now that we can't really associate it with this site in which it lived? And those are the questions that sort of travel through Pure America, but also, answering the context of Confederate statues, and the Save Park, and sort of all these sort of places in my world that are marked by eugenics, but might not speak to that past very loudly.
How do they, just give us a sense of how they do record part of the history and not the other part of the history. How do they, how do they actually manage that?
They just leave a 100-year gap in the history. So it's a commercial development, and it is a historical structure. So it has been required to kind of pass through the hands of historians on the road to get things like historic tax credits. But as branding the history that appears on their website, for example, is really short, just a couple paragraphs long. It's got a very kind of buoyant history about these people that I talked about earlier, the people that wanted to afford more humane treatment, the people with mental illness. Those people are recognized, and the architectural connections to those individuals are recognized as people who built certain buildings on the site, which you will see today as a visitor. But everything else is just 100-year history of, he was there, and then in 1981, blah, 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 blah. And so that's kind of how that's played out. And largely in Stanton, there's nowhere that you can really go to engage with that history. There's a neat historical society here that puts on programs. In the past couple of years, one has been about eugenics, and that's great, but there's no historical markers, there's a graveyard in Western State that's not marked. So there's a lot of ways that this past is really silent, but it could be louder and more integrated into the community, I feel.
That's a mass grave, right?
Yeah. I don't know if mass grave is the right term. It's a grave where people are buried anonymously. There's many thousands of them, and they're buried in stacked graves. And so that's the context of that. It is a cemetery where people were not buried with their names recorded or the dates of their birth or death recorded. They were recorded given a number that corresponds to records that are confidential due to privacy laws. So it is a nameless cemetery with a nameless death.
And it's not, and they got a loophole for that as well, right? I mean, there's a Virginia statute that says that you need to show a little more deference to those type of things. And
Virginia did pass a law that said you can't do that anymore. You have to at least use things like durable grave markers. But there is no, they couldn't retroactively apply it to people who had already been buried in the past. And so that's one layer of the site kind of persisting in that state.
We should also say that the architecture that the inn has adopted was a function of Western State, which in many ways was, an example of the labor of these people being exploited, and it's sort of imprinted. It lasted, I guess 80 years. It carried it to the future. I mean, let's talk about where that history goes, because it is, I've mentioned this on the program before. Early on in my radio career, I had the opportunity to interview Gore Vidal a couple of times, and he come in studio and he was talking about the United States of amnesia, and I had no real understanding of what he meant at the time. And I appreciate it a lot more. But where does that history go, and how? Why is that era in particular? It seems to me, from 1870, let's say, to 1930, late 20s, maybe even the early, mid 20s. Why is all that stuff seems to be hoovered up in some way and just sort of jettisoned into the ether?
I I think that history always remains, for the people that it matters to. But you can, just take stock of the recent controversy about things like the 1619 project to understand that part of the reason why there's not kind of, I think, wider discussions about this history in general, is because there's pushback. It's de-incentive. Talking about it has become de-incentivized. And I say that as a historian who kind of has watched my profession shrink over the last 2 decades. So really, there's very little. It has a negative value almost. So, for example, one of the reasons I'm sure that they don't talk about history or the history of eugenics at this hotel in Nice Development is because it might tarnish the modern value of this property. And so, what do you do when you have something that you want to talk about that has, a negative value to society and sort of like the terms that in this sort of capitalist society that we live in? But the other part of it is just, I think that people pick and choose which historical sins they want to recognize, and sometimes people, particularly white people, think, well, I'm going to recognize kind of one bad thing that happened in the past, and that sort of, the sort of like legacy and scars of what enslavement is sort of a default position for, I think, a lot of people, a lot of white people want to kind of approach the past and they just don't get up to sort of the successive years. So there's so many reasons, so many layers to why we have the versions of the past that we have, and I think the important thing to remember is that these versions and layers, are artificial to some extent. Just because we don't talk about something more doesn't mean it doesn't matter as much. The past and who gets to narrate the past is an incredible power struggle between people who are going to be ultimately mismatched in terms of resources in the end.
Well, I'm bringing it to present day just because I think it's so relevant, right? I mean, the racism aspect of eugenics is just the thing that sticks out as what I in my mind is most important. You see this medical racism that is so prevalent. Black women obviously have a lot higher mortality rates when they're giving birth. They're less likely to be treated for pain management in a serious way. Can you talk about some of the shadows of the history that you're talking about here, which is not fairly recent history, so of course there are going to be many shadows, or shades, I should say, on present day?
So you can look at a state like North Carolina, for example, where Black women were disproportionately sterilized. And the reason that they were disproportionately sterilized is their eugenics laws a little bit about social workers to select members of the public to sterilize, as opposed to a state like Virginia, where somebody undergoing that procedure would have to be admitted to a state hospital as a psychiatric patient ahead of time. And so the justification that kind of accompanied those aggressive actions by North Carolina was that, again, this language of draining resources, and particularly a program called Aid for Dependent Children comes up. And so in this context, you can see eugenics at its most hostile and negative. It's not just the idea that we're not going to help people to survive. We're going to be actively hostile towards the mere after their survival. People who have disfavored minds and bodies don't just have the right, shouldn't just not be born, but should not survive as well. And so it's in a lot of ways, we still see that today, particularly in some states like California as well. Incarcerated people, and particularly Black women, have been subjected to unconsented sterilization procedures while incarcerated, particularly women who are forced to give birth while incarcerated, and that's really hard to track too, because there's all these procedures all these things that can happen to pregnant people and to women that are presented as coincidental, similar to what women experienced in ICE custody. And so people are still incredibly vulnerable to these forces today, and we've been talking about them. I think as recently as several months ago, a big story came about that.
Well, we had to. Yeah. Your uterus. We just had to.
Yes.
Right. I mean, that's kind of what we saw, and I guess we're with the ICE detention facilities. Then we're seeing it throughout prison.
I just want to return for a moment for something you said about the disincentives to remembering this and the shrinking of the history profession on some level. Because my perspective on this is just myopic because of just what I do. But I get a real sense that we are in an era of concerted correctives and I mean this in the most positive sense of in history where a lot of these eras that have been lost and throw more attention to the lost cause myth and we had a couple of years ago a bevy of work on the role that cotton played and in the economy of North and South. And is it your sense as well that maybe the fact that the history as a field is in some way shrinking, that there's less incentive structure there, that there's actually less maybe money in that world, that people are taking more risks and are not as concerned about going to a counter narrative, because if there's no ladder to move up, you're not as worried about sort of like knocking a couple of rungs off.
I think that certainly applies to someone like me. I trained as a historian and did a PhD and sort of had aspirations to remain as a teacher in the academy. And certainly if I had achieved that, I would be writing a very, very different kind of history. And I don't think that there would be a chilling kind of First Amendment suppression thing going on. It's just that the system of rewards and incentives and sort of freedoms that I lived in would be much different. And so the history that I write now, I have a certain kind of freedom to write that without the similar conventions. And I think for me, I'm better suited to it. And so I think that's kind of a fascinating question. But also, I would say that who gets to be a historian has changed differently. So we're not just thinking about academics. We're thinking about people who are doing community history work. We're thinking about people like journalists who write history. We're thinking about people who interpret history in the public eye. People who are doing sort of social media history, bite-sized history. And so all of those things are kind of coming together, changing the way that history is told as well.
Lastly, just sort of bringing it up to the present day, you wrote something about the emphasis on race and genetics turns into a softer bordering of cultural theories. But ends up with the same conclusion. I know we've touched on this a little bit, but talk about that because in our sort of like corner of the world, where we spend too much time watching Tucker Carlson or talking about Sam Harris's perspective on Islam, or making sure that Charles Murray finally has an opportunity to have himself heard, that type of stuff.
God forbid, Dave.
I mean, that whole sort of genre, which is sort of in vogue in certain areas in our society. Can you just talk about what that sentence means, for people?
So one of the reasons why I wrote about genetics is, of course, the hospital bell I live next to. But the reason is that I spent the last 2 or 3 years on the basis of my first book trying to talk to people about why this resurgence and sort of the genetic qualities of white people and white flight resurged in 2016 with the Trump election and with the hillbilly elegy. Why that was very, very dangerous and kind of a thing that concerned me to see a resurgence in. Sort of this idea that there was some kind of deeper genetic story, sort of a similar shared ancestry that could explain what was going on in these pockets of rural America. And people really bought into that, and I was very, very disturbed by that. And so that's what I mean when I talk about sort of like the soft cultural borders. If you look at the career of somebody like Charles Murray, you can see a very hard-line emphasis on race and genetics. And now he's talking about sort of like the genetic realities of class formation and class structure about white people. And so the conclusions are still sort of the same. It's just a sleight of hand has been applied to kind of twist that. As one falls out of fashion, the other one can supplant it. But of course, I think that there's been a certain amount of mainstreaming of these conversations, these hardline conversations again, in the past 4 years too. So it will, this restrictions won't stop.
Why do you think it's so dangerous? I mean, that may seem obvious, but what is the danger? Like, what is the path that it sets us on that becomes problematic?
I think that, anytime that you say that somebody has a disfavored biology, disfavored gene, you're setting yourself towards an initial path where you have to say, I think it would be better if there are fewer people like that in the world. And certainly we've seen kind of the progression of that in the last 4 years. And so that is, that's one layer, this sort of like slippery slope thing. But also these ideas seem to gain traction in my world. They're used sometimes when people are trying to determine plans for addiction treatment, for example. This idea that maybe, there's just like a genetic predisposition towards addiction in places like Appalachia, which are going to be hugely problematic. But big conversation. So those get casually applied to solutions and discussions that have a big impact on things here, especially when you're talking about really subjective matters like IQ and intelligence and sort of aptitude for upward mobility as well.
Elizabeth Catt, the book is Pure America, Eugenics and the Making of Modern Virginia. We'll put a link to that at majority.fm. Thank you so much for your time today. Really interesting stuff.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Growing well.
With you on this podcast that's being listened to by a bunch of like-minded people and saying everybody's racist, which I do believe. I believe we live in a white supremacist society, that we all are inculcated in certain kinds of value hierarchies, the way that Heather was describing. I think that that's true. I don't think that's especially useful out in the world. You know, people got really mad at me back in, I think, 2018 for writing an article in defense of Bernie, who refused to call Trump voters racist. Right? And I was like, well, obviously,
Growing well.
what's the point? Like, what is the point? Like, do I think they're racist? Yes. I also think Hillary Clinton voters are, Democratic voters are racist. Because the polls show it. You know, I've said this a million times, I'm so sorry. And if somebody wants a complete version of this argument that I've been making piecemeal, they should read an article that I wrote in New York Magazine back in 2017 about identity politics, just look around in New York Magazine, I don't remember what it was called. But the point is, there was this poll going around in 2017 that showed that, 40% of Trump voters, 50% of Trump voters thought all of these racist things. There was one question that was like, are black people more violent? Are black people stupid? All those kinds of intellectually inferior, whatever. All those kinds of things. And Trump voters all said yes between by big margins. 30 to 50% of Trump voters held these kinds of views. And all of the liberals circulated this poll saying, oh my God, I told you they were deplorable, I was right. And I was like, look, scroll down, the same poll showed that 20 to 30% of Clinton voters had those same views. So I'm like, you're expecting me to get all geeked out and mad because marginally more Trump voters think I'm intellectually inferior than Hillary Clinton voters? Besides which, the Hillary Clinton voter numbers are juiced by the fact that that's a lot of black people answering the poll. So if you took all the black and brown folks out of those Democratic numbers, I wonder how much white Democratic voters actually are aligned with what the white Republican voters are thinking.
I mean, it has to be a substantial number because that's the Republican strategy the past few decades to peel white voters from the Democratic Party, New Deal coalition using racial resentment.
Right. So the question in all of this, and I'm so glad we were going to talk to Heather about it, the question in all of this isn't, are people racist? I think they're just so missing the point. And so much of our national conversation is, even in the course of that interview, the question is there institutional racism? Honestly, I don't really care to hear Lindsey Graham weigh in on whether or not there's institutional racism. That doesn't tell me anything. What I want to know is, okay, Lindsey Graham says we need to reform the police. What does he have in mind? Does Lindsey Graham have a problem with the fact that our police budget collectively across America is higher than most countries' military budgets? Does he have a problem with the fact that a city like Los Angeles spends 50% of their city budget on police as opposed to all of these social reforms that prevent crime from happening in the first place? Those are the more incisive questions that can be promoting a more productive dialogue that will get people to reform, get people to defund, even if you think that the word defund is too stigmatizing. But instead, these liberals think that they're doing something by, quote, calling out people of racism by saying, hey, you think racism is real? And then having a big argument about it when someone says no.
Yeah, absolutely. you know, what's the response to that response? Which is, oh, you know, it's racist, but not real black president, you know, which is classic.
Well, the problem is obviously that people don't really understand what racism is, and that's why, as much as I have some ideological differences with someone like Nicole Hannah Jones, I think the idea and some substantive critique of aspects of her 1619 project, the idea that so much of the division in America has to do with an ignorance because of what we're taught in our public education and private education about the history of this country, I think that is real. And I think that on top of pursuing universal programs that naturally kind of get people invested solidaristically in group projects, I think that's a big part of it. That's what we talked about in the Eddie Cloud episode, right? How universal projects, universal programs, being a part of unions, all of these things can foment solidarity across racial lines. On top of doing that, I do think we have to be having national conversations about race that are historically rooted, less the interpersonal dynamic stuff, but historically rooted. And that's why I think that Heather Reed's book is so useful. Because it's easy to be dismissive of, to her point, oh, black people are disproportionately affected by student debt, the student debt crisis. I guess their parents should have saved more. If you don't understand, oh my God, the layers of discrimination and redlining and discriminatory loan policies that leading up through the Obama administration.
You know, I agree 100%. The material reality is a big cause of this, and the historic inequalities are a big cause of this as well. Ignorance is part of it. And, you know, at the end of the day, I don't think that white guilt is productive in any of this. And that's just a sort of impulse that pretty much just most of the time is just used for some kind of manipulation of ripping someone off, like we do on this show. Like saying you're a bad white person if you don't subscribe to the show, which is 100% true.
White guilt makes, you know, the K-Hive men just like feel very empowered to say mean things to me all day. Like that's what white guilt is. They think that they are falling on the sword on the Queen Kamala for Queen Kamala Harris by attacking me because I simply think that we should have a $15 minimum wage. That's where white guilt gets you. So I'm with you on that.
I think the contradiction within that is, okay, we want people to understand that there is a unique black experience in this country that means being
Diamond City
most of the time means being segregated. It means being excluded from the broader economy. It means there is simply not that generational wealth that a large number of whites have been able to enjoy.
Discourse about Mulholland Drive
in the New Deal, right? And then there's discourses where there were racial separation and things like that. And yet, can be simultaneously true as well. It's not. We're not saying your family particularly did that. We're saying that you're also being molded. Your family has also been molded by those forces. We're not saying it's your freaking fault. We're not saying you should feel bad about your Irish, great granddad or whatever, who also had a pretty shitty time as an immigrant. But we have to admit, came here in very different circumstances.
Right. What Heather does in her book is, I mean, she takes the kind of Irish American experience and some of the mythology around it head on. And the argument that she makes, I think, very compellingly is that a lot of the programs that were established to be predatory against black people because they didn't have any legal protections and you could get away with it were basically forged in the fires of anti-black racism, but then very quickly applied to the rest of the population. And so that's the story of a lot of these predatory mortgages that were developed in the 50s and 60s with communities that had no legal recourse. The predatory lending, the contract leasing on these houses where people didn't have any equity, and so if you missed a payment, there was no equity until you paid off the entire house, and that model was applied to everyone, and that's why you saw such disastrous results in the foreclosure crisis. Even though it disproportionately affected black people, it was horrible for everyone. And so that white people are literally hurting themselves. The same with the environmental racism story that we touched on, right? White people subconsciously or consciously are saying, okay, dump the pollution in their neighborhood, it doesn't matter to me. And literally, hello, the earth does not have neat little divider walls up where that pollution doesn't come trickling over to your hood when the wind blows the right way.
So load it down. Look alive. Sure, here's my supply.
Need some custom hardware? We've got a free workbench for all your modifications. Scopes, clip size. You know, a shotgun's great insurance against raiders, but I got a lot of options here.
Let's see what you have.
Everything hand tool.
my bar could sell water.
Let's see what you got.
Music to my ears.
Tell me if you need a room. Otherwise, the bar is over there. Here's your cash. Room 2 is yours. Enjoy.
Earn free crypto? Just been learning about it. Coinbase is the fast, easy, and rewarding way to learn.
Aaron, you here?
Have a nice day.
I'm here, Sam. How you doing? I'm doing well. Say hello to Emma. Hey, Emma.
Hey, Aaron.
You've been such a great addition to the show. So happy to be on while you're here.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Happy to have you on. Yeah. Under Sam command, did you say the new thing? Muscle.
That's right. Now, thank you for behaving, Aaron. I appreciate that. That was very appropriate. You're getting very, your manners are getting excellent. Now, all right. So, Aaron, I got a couple of things I want to talk to you about. I want to look back a little bit on what happened in November a little bit, but first, I want to look forward. You guys have just launched this new, what is it, like a project? Blog. We're bringing back blogging. I've never heard of that, blogging. Yeah. What is it? Down the line. What is that? Is that a reference to the redistricting?
It is, using one of my favorite Jerry Rafferty lyrics to do a blog about redistricting. Redistricting is a most open rights issue right now. And it is a process that is run at the state level. So at Future Now, and people can obviously visit futurenow.org, states. And so what we're going to do is we are going to walk people through what's going to happen in all 50 states, what their processes are for redistricting, what people can look for, what the range of potential outcomes would be, and ways that, people might want to get involved as well, because redistricting and gerrymandering in particular really relies on the public being shut out. And so when there are points of leverage for the public to have their voice heard, they really need to use them because they actually can have an impact down the line. Especially if there's litigation, because when maps get litigated, they take evidence from public hearings to tone down.
All right, this is very important stuff, and I think that states, the Democrats broadly speaking, the left broadly speaking, has, I think, got caught flat-footed on the state level. We probably talked about this in the past. In many respects, Future Now is, a response to that. But in 2010, that midterm election ended up having such ripple effects because of what happened in state houses, and the combination of Republicans taking over in many state houses, 3 chambers essentially, if you will, or 2 chambers in the executive, and technology pumping up at that point and being able to sort of specifically gerrymander in a way. We're seeing the impact of that still. states. I mean, tell us a couple of the states that are like where you see it the most, because where you have like
Growing well.
55% of the people vote for Democrats in the state, yet the state house has 60% representation of Republicans.
I think Wisconsin is the most egregious example. The measure of, you're talking about proportionality, which is basically whether the makeup of a state legislature is proportional. And the best way I think to measure that is the difference between the statewide outcome and what the outcome was in the median district. And in Wisconsin, the outcome of the median district, that is to get a majority, the 50th district there, because there are 99 districts, was 11 points more Republican than the state as a whole. Biden won the state by about a percentage point. The median state house district there voted for Trump by 10 points. And that's how Wisconsin Democrats, they want to win the majority in the state assembly. We have to win the statewide vote by 11 points more than they did in 2020. That is a far more effective tool at disenfranchising people than any voter ID restriction. And, obviously, making sure that people can actually vote is very important, but you kind of corrupt special interests really rely on gerrymandering to make it so that state legislators don't have to appeal to Indian voters. They're only appealing to bases, and they're only being funded by, again, you've seen what happened in Wisconsin the past 10 years. It's because of that legislative act here.
And to be clear, if I know that there's a new voter ID measure in any given state, at least there's an opportunity for me to organize and try and get as many people as I can some type of ID. But once those lines are drawn, it's Johnny vote.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, one of the things that Republicans, their goals are when they pass voting restrictions, even if Democrats can overcome them, they can still force Democrats to spend a lot of resources overcoming them. There's no kind of way for you to just throw money at the problem of unfair lines. And so that's why it's so pernicious. And again, because we're in this, we just had the census, we finally have the numbers. This is our once in a decade chance for a lot of places to really affect those lines. There is some litigation that eventually can change lines in a decade, but most of the legislative lines that govern this country for the next decade will be drawn in the next year or so.
And that's what I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's what makes the PRO Act so imperative, right? I mean, not the PRO Act, as R1. So can you talk about how that legislation would target some of these dynamics that you're bringing up here?
Absolutely. So HR 1,
Growing well.
I can't speak globally, but I have looked into.
This is our block, our place, our people. Not having a ride to get the facts.
Yes, I would say, there is a way to write HR 1 in a way that, first of all, most burnouts, it's a little more kind of process focused. And I think one of the most important things I really hope is maintained throughout it is, they do have a kind of a proportionality, metric there. So they can force states to draw proportional districts. And if they get that at the federal level, I'm still running through scenarios of what happen. But right now, my estimate is that it would create 15 to 20 more districts that went provided than if the process plays out as it would, as expected this cycle. So, that would be huge at the federal level. At the state level, HR 1 would be amazing.
So you're
because you could have constitutional authority to require states to draw legislators that have proportional representation.
Yeah.
You can't pass federal law saying Wisconsin, you have to draw your state legislative lines in a way that, kind of somewhat reflects median voter. And, another thing is, even if HR 1 doesn't advance at the federal level, there are still actually states that take, in Virginia, for example, when Democrats took over, they actually gave up Disney power to a commission. And, we see that in a lot of states where you kind of get out majorities that are kind of focused on their special interests. You get gotta have something. And I think that, you know, you have faith in your idea as the party is great. Well,
Fat chip. Right. I mean, all right. Let's go over and we should be clear here, right? The state legislative districts don't always align with the congressional districts, do they? I mean, I know typically I'm thinking Pennsylvania because the congressional districts were fixed by a lawsuit. The state ones weren't. I'm still not 100% clear on what inhibited the state districts from being challenged as well. But with all that said, where are the states? And I know you're going to go through all the states and detail on your blog, and there's a different story in every state in many respects. Where are the ones? Where are the big sort of fires? If I wanted to, if I recently divorced Bill Gates and had the ability to contribute certain areas, like where would be the ones where I would, if I said I want to put out the biggest fires, where would they be?
So, Linda Gates, if you're watching, futurenow.org, we're happy to talk to you about one state I think that would be really critical is one that you mentioned, Pennsylvania. And so the reason why that happened was actually at the legislative level, the Supreme Court appoints the tiebreaker for a commission that draws state legislative lines, where the congressional lines are just drawn as a statute, so the legislature, the governor. I think probably some internal politics there, but the Pennsylvania Supreme Court for the first time in 3 decades, under different cycles controlled by Democrats, the last 2 times they had state legislative lines drawn, it was kind of a Republican former judge was appointed as a tiebreaker under commission. They drew Republican lines, and in Pennsylvania, the state house, the median district is 4 points more Republican than the state as a whole, which is so the Democrats want to take back the state house last year. They tried. They still have had to flip Trump districts, even though Biden won the state. But this time, they actually yesterday appointed former chancellor who's a political science professor who knows this stuff. And the hope is that Democrats and Republicans they can appeal to him by coming to him with a fair map that reflects the state politically. Hopefully, he would approve that on the commission. And the hope is that going into 2022, Pennsylvania Democrats will be able to run on fair lines for the legislature. And even we look at the 2022 election, we all know that midterm elections tend to favor the party that's out of the White House. But in Pennsylvania, you could have a 4-point shift for Democrats just based on the map alone. So there still might be opportunities there.
And just clear, when we say a 4-point shift, we're just talking about going back to zero, essentially. Where it's like just the lines are neutral and they let the voters decide rather than the lines sort of decide which voters they're going to allow to decide. In Pennsylvania, it means that Democrats can try to orient their platform and their policies toward the electorate of Pennsylvania, not the electorate of Ohio. And that's a really, that's a big distinction. It makes a big difference. So Pennsylvania. Anything wrong with Ohio?
Nothing wrong with Pennsylvania, more conservative than Pennsylvania.
I'm not saying in terms of people.
In terms of people, no, absolutely not. But you want to make sure that when people are running for office, they're running to appeal to the, really the median of their state.
In Sam Pruitt, that was a bit looking into his mind about
Ohio. Well, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't disparaging Ohioans.
And I love Ohio. Actually, Ohio has a huge fair districts too, which is great. So they actually have the most convoluted process of any state. But even if Republicans basically try to stall and pass this on their own, they still have a fairness requirement, and their state Supreme Court seems like it would uphold it. So in Ohio, mine should exclude. And again, Ohio is one of the most gerrymandered states that we had in the last census. Their entire progression.
I'm so delighted you've chosen us as your shopping partners. We buy and sell everything.
No single everyone has changed hands.
Wow.
Always.
Yeah. All right, so that's Ohio, Pennsylvania. Where else are
Sure.
you guys? Like, where biggest sort of hit issues happening or potential?
So Texas is a really interesting one. Republicans have unified control of government there, but there's been a delay in the census results that comes out of Trump's mismanagement and the COVID pandemic, where the states aren't going to get the data that they need to actually draw the districts until August or September. So the Texas Constitution, there are two really important dates. The legislature goes out of session on July 15th, and there's the getting filing deadlines in December. So that means they would have to try to call a special session. Democrats would have some leverage over what a special session would look like, even though because there's a 2/3 majority required to really kind of convene one. And so Democrats actually have some leverage over the Texas map, but that nothing would prohibit Texas Republicans from having like a court-drawn map, say if it comes to that in 2022. If they maintain their legislative majorities in the governorship, they could go back in 2023 and redraw the lines. They did it before 2003. I'm sure you remember that, the Killer Bees in Texas. So again, it just highlights that really this process takes place at the state level. And when you're talking about the Texas congressional map, the difference between the court-drawn map and a Republican gerrymander is obviously like 5 seats for Democrats. So again, like the state of the Texas government is usually about swamping Texas with some people across the country.
And Texas had, and I at the timing of this, I can't necessarily remember when it was, but this became like an issue at the Supreme Court. And actually, one of the rulings about racist lines drawn, essentially, it's a rather convoluted result, but it was basically like the Texas legislature drew lines that the Supreme Court found to be racist. Then the next Texas legislature, when it had to adopt new lines, didn't redraw the lines. They just took the lines that were drawn the first time, and they were okay by the Supreme Court because that legislature didn't draw them, so they couldn't have drawn them with racist intent. They just absorbed them. I mean, it was. I know that sounds nuts to people, but that's why people were screaming about it. Essentially.
And again, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 it still should protect lines in some states, but as you saw in that case and many others, it has been eroded over time. So again, in 2019, there was still a case where a narrow majority of the court, one that may not exist today, but one then throughout Virginia state legislative lines for unnecessarily packing black voters, and that might actually have an impact going forward in that case because if you draw a district that is like 55 or 60% black, that might no longer be constitutional. That can be avoided because it might be unconstitutional. So that's something to look forward to. Even though the state there's a 2/3 majority required to really kind of convene. And so Democrats actually have some leverage on the Texas map, but that nothing would prohibit Texas Republicans from having like a court-drawn map. Say if it comes to that in 2022, if they maintain their legislative majorities in the governorship, they can go back in 2023 and redraw the lines. They did it before 2003. I'm sure you remember that, the Killer Bees in Texas. So again, it just highlights that really this process takes place at the state level. And when you're talking about the Texas congressional map, the difference between a court-drawn map and a Republican gerrymander, obviously like 5 seats for Democrats. So again, like the state of Texas government is hugely important, not just for people living in Texas, but for people across the country.
And Texas had, and I at the timing of this, I can't necessarily remember when it was, but this became like an issue at the Supreme Court.
But that nothing would prohibit Texas Republicans from having like a court-drawn map. Say if it comes to that in 2022, if they maintain their legislative majorities in the governorship, they could go back in 2023 and redraw lines. They did it before 2003. I'm sure you remember that, the Killer Bees in Texas.
And the weapons.
So again, it just highlights
got it
that
all.
really this process takes place at the state level.
And a
And
pink ring,
you're
melting
talking about
face.
congressional
The
map,
girl.
the difference between
I've got a few
court-drawn
minutes of
map
grass.
or state, the Texas government is hugely important, not just for people living in Texas, but for people across the country.
And Texas had, and I the timing of this I can't necessarily remember when it was, but this became like an issue at the Supreme Court. And actually, one of the rulings about racist lines drawn, essentially, it's a rather convoluted result, but it was basically like the Texas legislature drew lines that the Supreme Court found to be racist. Then the next Texas legislature, when it had to adopt new lines, didn't redraw the lines. They just took the lines that were drawn the first time, and they were okayed by the Supreme Court because that legislature didn't draw them, so they couldn't have drawn them with racist intent. They just didn't swerve them. I mean, it was. I know that sounds nuts to people, but that's why people were screaming about it. Essentially.
And again, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 it still should protect lines in some states, but as you saw in that case and many others, it has been eroded over time. Though, again, in 2019, there was still a case where a majority of the court will never be like this today, but when then throughout Virginia state legislative lines for unnecessarily packing black voters, and that might actually have an impact going forward in that case because, if you draw a district that is more than like 55 or 60% black, that might no longer be constitutional. That can be avoided because it might be unconstitutional. So that's something to look forward to. And so, in that case, there might actually be some, like in Alabama, for example, in that case, and many others, it has been eroded over time. Though, again, in 2019, there was still a case where a majority of the court will never be like this today, but when then, throughout Virginia state legislative lines for unnecessarily packing black voters, and that might actually have an impact going forward in that case because, if you draw a district that is more than like 55 or 60% black, that might no longer be constitutional. That can be avoided because it might be unconstitutional. So that's something to look forward to. And so, in that case, there might actually be something like in Alabama, for example. That case might make it so that you actually have to draw a congressional map where there are two voting black districts instead of one. So in Alabama, you might actually get the courts will play a big role.
What other state? Texas, Pennsylvania. Is there one other state that you're looking at that is going to be key in your mind?
North Carolina is one that I'm kind of looking at with bated breath. They have an early deadline like Texas in December, and they have a Republican legislature, and the governor can't veto it. But they do have a 4-3 Democratic majority on the state Supreme Court, and that state Supreme Court has thrown out partisan gerrymanders before. I think the big question is how far will but they are deferential to the legislature. So to me, the question is how far will Republicans go? Kind of how far will they push the envelope on that? If they push it too far, they risk the state Supreme Court overturning it. And so I think that's a state where you really want to see Democrats united against the map. So it causes less deference from the court. That's a big process point there. Is making sure that people are united. People are really pushing for North Carolina is another state. Democrats got 49% of the state house votes. They got 43% of the state house seats. And so I think it's a state where you would hope that people in the state really become united for a map that reflects the state politically, and the hope that the state Supreme Court would enforce that.
How is your approach changing given the 2020 census? Can you talk about that a little bit?
This census was actually a big surprise because we saw 3 Sun Belt states, Arizona and Texas, not gain seats. And you saw some northeastern states like New York only lost 1 seat, they barely lost it. They were for losing 2. And then Rhode Island kept both of its seats. Now, all 5 of those states have significant, computation. But New York and Rhode Island actually the best some of the states that are all run by Republicans did not. And so that has changed. So, I think people are worried that there may be, especially in Sun Belt states, a Latino undercount. And I don't know to what extent that might be mitigated, but that certainly has implications across all districts. Because if voters are counted, I think at the certainly at the federal level, it needs less really kind of across the United States. Except America's kind of the same now, but Florida has still its own republic. But it might end, be vigilant for making sure that line yards in those states don't, basically pack Latino voters like us, especially if they might be undercount.
I know the answer to this, but I gotta ask, like, why in the world would any state, a Republican state, why would they undercount their own citizens? I mean, is it just sheer idiocy mixed with like a tinge of racism, or is it like sheer racism mixed with a tinge of idiocy?
I can't speak to their motive. I mean, I think a lot of that are devoted to an ideological project that's escaping government at all costs. And it leads them to do things that are against their own. And the census doesn't just determine your congressional representation. Trillions of dollars of federal money based on census numbers. When you invest in your state in census outreach, that pays for itself. I mean, if you get the people living in your state counted, that means that that gets paid back. Glad we did a good job. They really good job. Now they get paid. So, again, you want to elect people at the state level who will actually invest in your state. Spending public money, it's not public money. That's the thing that public money is spending public money down the drain. Census outreach literally pays for itself, like so many multiple times. So,
all right, one final question. And I don't want to put you on the spot, Aaron, but I'm going to put you on the spot. I haven't spoken since November. I can't remember. We may have, and if we did, and maybe I have this second time I'm putting you on the spot. What happened?
So the good news is you're asking me this 6 months later, when we had a bit more time to figure out what happened.
Well, that was my plan. You got the data. What happened?
So there are a few things that I think we saw. One is polls continue to, the people responding to them tend to overrepresent and look like voting Democratic. And I think there's a lot of work being done. But these are the polls that, the AAPSC and all these other groups, they realize that, okay, something went wrong. We're trying to fix it. And, so I've seen a bunch of them trying to figure out, okay, that happened. I think candidates not being able to go door to door on the Democratic side, especially for, at the state legislative level, where, again, you can knock on 2,000 swing voters' doors. That makes such a huge difference. And we saw that, like, candidates who, went out and door knocked anyway. I mean, some of them really did better than we might think. And Republicans, really didn't have any complaints about going door to door. And I think that ended up really harming at the state legislative level as well. And even, COVID, I don't know about you guys, but I think COVID kind of just drove everyone a little crazy. And I think that's kind of hard to capture. I think people got kind of more isolated. My hope is that, again, we can kind of really kind of be able to reach out to people more. Kind of, and again, it's like, we saw so many cases of COVID, someone like, they lose their job and this and that, and also physically are staying on YouTube. I think that might have been a problem as well. And so, all two of those things are really COVID specific. And, I think the polling thing, people are working on it, but and also polls tend to have been better when they're just on the ballot. I think he just brings out the type of person that's hard to reach. It'll be interesting to see, and I think that's the big question over politics right now, the next decade. The two things that are politics specifically: one, what happens to those Trump voters? Two, what are those lines going to look like? So, if you're curious about the second one, you should Deidra.org, down the
Oh, I have
line.
to sleep in
Everybody will be updating you on what the
It's
process
making
is in
everyone
every
a
state. We look forward to this.
And what folks can do in terms of pressuring
Growing well.
and getting the sense that the lawmakers are being watched.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, because again, in the past, they have really relied on the political process that people didn't pay attention to. Even if, there's no real political leverage in the state, a huge Republican thing, just shining some light on it, it can really help just, again, building a record against it, maybe litigation, in the future, and just mobilize people and letting lawmakers know, hey, this isn't that bad, this isn't inside baseball. People want a government that represents them.
Eric Kleinman, Director of Research for Future Now, and you're doing a lot of, what is it, Down the Line?
Down the line, favorite Jerry Rafferty song, everyone. FutureNow.org.
I'm the only person who knows what you're talking about. Jerry Rafferty. I'm the only person. Everybody else is younger than that. You're younger than that. I don't know why you're listening to that kind of music anyways.
My dad has some vinyl. Get that one around the house.
That was a song that was contemporary.
Don't be ashamed into not to listen to old music. I do it too.
All right. Down. You're the only person I've ever heard name a blog after Jerry Rafferty song. All right.
All right, bye.
Jerry Rafferty song.
Need to get back to Diamond City, please. At this time, I am sorry.
Hey. Saw your flick. Came as quick as we could. Excuse me. Minute are always ready to know. Glad we could help.
practice.
Good thing we saw your flare. Been a better all over. Things are a bit crowded. Warm day. That was good practice. Glad we could help.
Huh?
If people don't want the left to be distrustful, everything shouldn't be a cloak and dagger situation. Like, who is this being backdoored for? Who is this being hidden from?
Thanks for your support, Fred.
Who needs the plausible deniability if they're not just being card check regular schmegular style? I don't know, man. It's like you don't want people to be paranoid. You don't want people to be alarmist. You don't want people to be talking about fraud and sellouts and stuff. Okay. Try being a little more opaque, like a little less opaque. A little transparency goes a long way. This stuff is I was talking to a reporter today who's writing this long thing. It's not important. But people have a period interest in the division on the left, and I don't want to feed it. And I was trying to put it in the context by talking about the fact that it's like, I understand why there's so much venom, and part of it is that, something like force the vote could have been diffused if Congress members were transparent about an alternative plan. We were begging them, okay, just tell us what the alternative game plan is. But when instead of like an alternative plan of attack is described, or instead of being honest about what they feel like their political limitations are, or how they've been threatened, and we're kind of just staying silent. There's misdirection. Oh, we got to save our political capital for the veteran 15. Oh, we're going to use the exact same argument justifying fighting for impeachment that we said was a silly argument when we were talking about force the vote. AOC jumping into those Twitter fights the way that she did brought attention to her that some of those other squad members, they didn't get that heat because they didn't put themselves in there and start saying things that felt like misdirection. Doing these interviews, like Sheena Tilley did, where she, 3 weeks after the fact, is still parroting the lie about Kevin McCarthy becoming Speaker of the House. That's where all of the suspicion and like frustration is coming from. It's not just, at that point, it's not just a disagreement about tactics, it's a feeling that you've been misled. And so I would say to people who want to bring the left together, and I would say to congressional members, Real Common says he watches our show, who are concerned about how to reconstitute the left and get their donation coffers full again from a bunch of disaffected leftists, it would be to stop playing cloak and dagger with all of this stuff. Because that's what feels different from the squad in 2018. None of this passes the smell test.
Well, there's an overall strategic.
Sorry, Giant, I'm not clear. You're right. I misspoke. Sorry, go ahead.
There's an overall strategic disagreement there, which is the propriety of voting within the Democratic Party.
Go ahead and make the punches.
It's on my case. DSA campaigns to the U.S. Congress are adamantly opposed to that. And as well, there's a tension over.
Well, it's not a DSA campaign. They were just Democratic campaigns.
Well, Corey Bush is a DSA member.
DSA endorses people, but people that this was the purpose of recruiting, fundraising for, and running these candidates was for them to be adversarial. And they're betraying that commitment. And the DSA, as an organization, has taken a different posture with respect to these people. I don't think it's useful to erase that these are, like, there was an ideological motivator to even finding these people and running them and fundraising for them, and that was just as Democrats defined, as opposed to DSA, which is a much larger, ideological organization.
It was usually accountable to Democrats.
Well, I think that she should be accountable to both, except that I don't think that the DSA, my observation is that the DSA, I will be surprised if the DSA ever attempts to hold her accountable to anything. It feels like there's, not since it's a DSA member, but it feels like there's an investment in her being a socialist and being kind of good for the DSA, more so than a desire to have the organization come and its ideals come first, and for the DSA to wag the tail of the congressperson as opposed to the other way around, as I said on our last episode.
I think it's alienating that all of these feelings are put into a handful of politicians who are not actually national politicians. And,
You'll get used to that.
There's no consensus national leader of, what we're going to call left anti-capitalist movement in this country, which is, again, dispersed from a variety of groups and tendencies. Let me just find the right words on this one. I think that, what you're describing is reflective of a greater tension, which is, okay, what should the socialist posture be in 2021? Should it be working within the Democratic coalition, which is on the power right now, in order to attempt to pass some big legislation or attempt to influence some legislation that's going to pass? Or should it be opposition?
It's not an inside-outside strategy. Those are not choices. It has to be both. Obviously, a bunch of people with flags sitting outside of the White House have less power than someone who's a congresswoman in the White House, who has less power than a congresswoman in the White House who's working in tandem with the people with flags who can cause a ruckus. This is not a binary choice. And the whole point is this argument is getting framed as you're against the insiders, you're against the squad. No, I want the squad to realize that the only power they really have as quote-unquote insiders are to try to outmaneuver Pelosi. You're not outmaneuvering Pelosi. It's never going to happen. Pelosi has been aggregating power to herself for 30 years, and people owe her favors, the likes of which she'll never begin to be able to overcome. She has more money, more. Power and more context and more wealth than anybody in Congress, and a bunch of little socialists aren't going to change that. But don't despair, don't freak out, don't be sad, because what Nancy Pelosi doesn't have is the people and the court of public opinion and millions of dollars and small dollar donations that decouple them entirely from being responsible to this corporate machine that everybody else is beholden to. That's the whole point. And what's so frustrating is not that anybody hate, I don't hate AOC. I don't have any feelings about AOC people. They're not my friends. But that they are holding this enormous wealth and power that they earned in the goodwill of millions of people. No, they aren't national politicians, but they benefited from national goodwill and national campaigns and national fundraising efforts to get where they are. And so they don't have to give a crap about that. They can say, all I care about my constituents, I'm going to keep my head down and do that. That's fine, but they don't at the same time get to enjoy the benefit of being kept on the pedestal that this national audience put them on. So they got to make a choice, and I think that they should choose not to forego the power that comes from that national audience. They shouldn't court the national audience just because it's nice for people to love you and to be on the cover of a magazine. They should do it because that represents real power in terms of campaign dollars and ability to mobilize, and also, yes, to organize, to Jane's point. And that they don't realize that they think that, we got to choose the inside outside, or if we play Did you see this new article, this book, Nancy Pelosi's book that has apparently a whole chapter about how she subdued the squad?
I think that's a book about Nancy Pelosi.
About, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
I saw that.
You know, like,
It's pretty funny. You want to
but
read
that's
that?
what it is. That's what you're up against. So do you want to be with us, or you don't want to keep getting, cut by Nancy Pelosi?
That's well put. Well put. Okay. All right. Here, let's characterization. Taking things back to the mayor's race. So you have the leftish candidates, none of whom are socialists, none of whom are committed to decommodifying. And then you have the ish.
I would push a little bit on that characterization.
Get a different way of
I know I'll get in trouble here with my fellow analysts.
You're uncommitted. Is that right?
And I haven't made an endorsement yet. I think that it's not fair to Morales' campaign to rope her in with someone like Wiley. And in terms of, I think Sia's critique earlier about talking about, Vienna housing versus talking about something that's built off of what's already existing in New York City, I don't think takes away from Morales' messaging about, social housing as a human right, and really very similar language, if not the same language, a lot of socialist frameworks that we've been putting as candidates. And I know that she has said that I don't think she identifies as a socialist, but a lot of her policies definitely look very similar.
Well, how do we know? I mean, I don't say this because the skepticism is coming from anywhere because I haven't followed this that closely, but if we don't know a lot about her background and record and she's kind of new to the political scene altogether, how do we know that she's not engaging in the kind of sloganeering that we've seen from a lot of moderates right now, including people like Joe Biden, who is singing from the rooftops that healthcare is a human right as he pivots to a conversation about how much your premiums are going to be under his plan?
Yes.
Well, I would say that, and I think it's a very good instinct to ask how much of the rhetoric is real. I think with her, what gives me confidence in her rhetoric is the fact that in the different examples along this race, there's been a difference in the way in which she responds to events. So I think about Cuomo especially. I think that Morales was the first to call for the impeachment of Cuomo of any of the mayoral candidates. And that kind of speaks to relationship to power, which is something that for me has become, when I'm in Albany, there are so many people who espouse progressive policies, but when it comes to challenging leadership in order to have those policies be heard on the floor, are unwilling to do so if they actually matter. I'm gonna just pass that over.
No, point taken. I have a lot of admiration for people who are willing to force adversarial moments in politics. It really says something about a person.
So I think that her response to Cuomo was something that I thought was very important and understanding. And the other thing I would say is that new to politics, I think, is a bit unfair because she might not have been a public persona vis-a-vis these fights, IDC, Zephyr, Nixon, all of these other races. But I think that she is somebody that has come from a world of kind of social services in this city. So,
but are we calling?
It's hard.
I'm less kind. I'm less kind.
I know you are.
No, I agree. She's the most left in the race. I think this the service angle though. I don't know. I'm just reflexively. I don't know. I'm more reflexively skeptical of nonprofits. I think not all of them. I think some of them are great. I do think in an ideal world, the city government would be performing services directly and not farming out so much to kind of these nonprofits that really. A lot of them pad executive salaries and don't pay their workers very much. I've looked at FIPS, for example. Several extremely highly compensated executives are included. So I don't doubt her convictions at all. And I agree with you. She was standing up to Cuomo. That's super important. Scott Stringer never stood up to Cuomo, ever supported him in 2018. Maya Wiley, I think, was working for de Blasio, not saying anything, right? So I think Morales definitely shines in that context. I do judge her a bit more harshly in terms of the lack of involvement, where she was doing fine for herself, but I'm sure the social services side of things does good things. I asked her about it; she was kind of vague. I still don't have a great handle on
what the social services side does. I do understand what the real estate development side does. And she was questioned recently on did she wish she could hold Phipps more accountable, and her answer was a little defensive, like, well, what was I supposed to do, like issue a press release? And I mean, I think she's the best the left has in this race. She's not a Zoran. I'd be more excited if Zoran was there.
See, what's your take on Morales? And also, I just want to point out, it's not
You've been up to see great guy.
No.
So I can say what Phipps says. So Phipps Houses is one give a history lesson. Initially, what was happening was unions were building housing for their workers. Nelson Rockefeller was like, we need to get more private developers to be building the housing, made all these changes. Phipps Houses was one of the first big private developers. They're also a not-for-profit that started building a lot of low-income and middle-income housing in New York City. They're like a big anti-poverty organization. They very much are like, there's lots of different types of nonprofits. There's like nonprofits that do like community organizing, and there's nonprofits that do legal eviction defense, and there's they're like an anti-poverty social services organization, and they provide a lot of housing. They are notoriously anti-union. So in addition to not really being great for their tenants and evicting a lot of their tenants, they also are on the wrong side of every single union in the city, both the building trades, 32BJ, and even there's been a push, they're a huge employer, right? There's been a push to unionize not-for-profit employees. And they've also been on the other side of that work. And so, whatever, they're an actor who is thrived under the choice to export a lot of the welfare state from the state itself to the not-for-profit community. So that's what Phipps says. As to Diane and her leftist credentials, I guess actually know if it matters whether she believes these things or if she's just saying them. I think that the politicians are going to be reflective of the power that the movement has built to a large degree. And then of course, the politicians who are around. And there's going to be, the politicians who, look, Diane, saw this as her lane to run. And she is running. Should she become mayor? I think that the need to continue to organize a working class space that's going to be building the outside power to see which way the wind is blowing for her would be tremendously important. And I think, Stringer woke up in 2018, saw that Julia was going to be elected to the state senate, became a communist, and that's fine. And Diane being oh, there's a growing left movement in New York, and that's my lane that I'm going to run in, that's fine too. They're reflective of the tools of how organized we are. The problem is that we are not organized enough for Diane to win. And I don't even know that she's trying to win.
Well, that was going to be my next question, because there's an extent to which when you're not doing well in the polls and you're arguably just not just, but a kind of a more message candidate, performative candidate, that you can take bold stances, going up against Cuomo, because you don't really have much to lose.
Commonwealth is West, Georgia,
Whenever I catch here, it actually comes and delivers to the house.
I don't need to go anywhere and get it. It comes to me just from.
Should we just get into it and talk about what happened with your post? Let's get into it, yeah. What inspired you to write this tweet in the first place? Well, one of
inspired me that led to my suspension. The tweet was me finding out, as others did, that Vice President Kamala Harris was going in talks with Bill Clinton about how to empower women and girls. And my brain exploded, as I'm sure many did. It's a man very incredibly brave. People on the left don't want to hear it because they can be just as misogynistic and rape culture-y as people on the right or anybody. I don't know what magic the Clintons hold over the world. I am fundamentally confused by it. I don't understand why people don't understand that predators can exist in any skin, any place, anytime. But the tweet was, "This is obscene," at Kamala Harris. And then I went on and I posted a screenshot of the Wikipedia page where it's detailing Bill Clinton's accusers. Paula Jones, who paid off $1 million. These are people that just because they came out and they were vouched for by Republicans, I remember I was young and just pretty disgusted with how these women were treated and through the years. I mean, I feel so bad for them. They know what happened to them. They were there. And so I tweeted a photo of a very well-known British artist, Alison Jackson. I didn't say that it was an artist photo. I just left it up. You know, it was Bill Clinton, a double for Bill Clinton, getting a massage by a comely young woman. You know, and I wanted to drive home the point that do we think he just stayed on the plane of Epstein's plane? Did he not get off the plane? And I wanted to just connect. Yeah, this is what it probably.
In 1936, a brilliant Polish doctor discovered what she believed to be the biggest biblical breakthrough of the last 2,000 years. A secret that, if rumors were true, could heal soldiers from serious wounds, make them think faster, fight a
was like, in effect, and maybe worse, probably worse, right? So it was just connecting because every article I see is he was on the plane 26 times. I'm like, who gets on a plane and just stays on the plane? Is he hanging out on the tarmac the whole time? He's not going out with his buddies? Come on. And I cropped out where Hillary's on the TV. That's a really good one. And so I'm suspended, and they said, Twitter said that I had posted an intimate photo.
No problem.
And this was just a photo of him giving the massage? Getting the massage, I mean, the art piece, yeah. Can I find that now? Is that one being like, well, by the way, they scrubbed it from Google Images.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know where it is.
No, they scrubbed it. Do
you have a screenshot?
I have it. Oh, and I'd also previously stated that Jack Dorsey had blocked me, which I found funny. I noticed he'd unblocked me. And so I DM'd him. I said, hello, sir. And the next day, he wrote back, hello, exclamation mark. And so I wrote back, I come in peace. And I have not been on Twitter yet today to check and see if he's responded. That is, you know, whatever conversation we have can remain private if we have one. I do want to have a conversation. I want to understand, and I don't want to come in, you know, guns blazing, but there's a fundamental disconnect between what those in power are aiding and abetting in my understanding of reality. And I think there's also a disconnect. They don't understand my motivations, and I don't understand theirs. We're simpatico on that piece of it. Right? I'm tired of being shadow banned, and when on Facebook, when I put on that I was going to be doing a live post-debate response to the last Trump-Biden debate, my account was deactivated 30 minutes later. Then I complained on Twitter, then it got reactivated 12 hours later. It's just, and my Instagram number is so suppressed on every single platform. And it is so dull, and I don't get why they'll let somebody, like a young kid that follows me, I think he's 17, or when he was 17, he had his first sexual encounter. The person he had a sexual encounter with posted a full frontal nude photo of this young man on Twitter. It remains on Twitter. He has contacted Twitter support numerous times, and they say, well, you can block him. I believe that's an intimate moment and also like child trafficking. That's okay. Yeah, but not when you post an art photo or have a legitimate point. Question questioning your vice president about why they betray every survivor, about why they betray victims, about why they really do not give a fuck.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Bill Clinton is a public figure, as opposed to this young person you're talking about.
Yeah, if you'd like to see some of the disgusting photos people posted of me, they're out there, intimate moment. Or fake intimate moments, as they are. And Twitter gave me a reason this time, and now it's funny because every time it's not true. Like when they found out that I was deactivated 3.5 years ago because of posting a private phone number, not true. And an intimate moment, not true. And Facebook just no, but they have, and I haven't seen this on other people's pages. But if you go to my public Facebook page for a account, they have a rating on me. I'm at, I think 2.2, 2.4 out of 5.
Whoa, this is weird. Okay, now it's getting really. I just put in Facebook and it's like, sorry, something went wrong. This is making me all paranoid now.
Well,
I mean, your life is what welcome to your life. I know. Have you encountered people who used to dismiss you as crazy and paranoid who then have come around because they realized through empirical evidence what happened?
Vast amounts of empirical evidence. Yes, it has happened. It happened to me recently, actually. Someone came here from Los Angeles that I just met, and I guess I'd met them once in LA, and they said this was 6 years ago, and I was telling them everything I was doing and how I was going to, and what was being done to me, that I was being stalked. This was while I was writing my book, Brave. I was being stalked. There were flying drones behind my windows. I was being tailed. I found audio recording devices in my house. I had to sweat for bugs. The drones would fly all around every day. My friends were being followed. My then boyfriend broke up with me because he was tired of being followed and shadowed. And he shadowed me. And of course, it turned out that David Boyce, one of the preeminent legal minds of our time, and Bill Clinton, and then later Harvey Weinstein, one-time lawyer, went to Prime Minister Barak Israel and asked who he should get to stop Rose McGowan. And he said a company called Black Cube, staffed largely by former Mossad.
Yeah, you can't make it up.
And nobody, I didn't know that at the point. I just knew, and my literary agents, Dupre Miller, this is in New York Times, secretly working with Weinstein to shut my book down while I was paying them $6,000 a month to shepherd my book out into the world. The lawyer they got me to hire, secretly working with him, I mean, bananas. And then later, after they allegedly planted drugs on me, when they were on every time they got me, where I met the literary agent on a plane on the way to a public event, where they got my wallet that disappeared from my bag on my way to a public event. Every time, and I hated it when I had to say where I was going, and I was contractually obligated to promote something. And I just felt like such a target, but it's like having the shadow world after you. You're hunted, and nobody in the world believes what you say. But like for me, I was always very honest. Way back in the day, I would sit at a restaurant, and if I had talked to somebody in the industry and something about Harvey Weinstein came up, usually because they would say stuff to me. I remember a big CIA agent and actors who've done this with me. Getting good Weinstein scripts lately. And I would be honest, and I would just say, he's a rapist. This is not funny. How do you know? I am proof. I was there. And I just thought maybe someday somebody would help me, and I realized that help was never going to come, and I was going to have to do it myself.
Do you get like a visceral response? I mean, when you see stuff like that, like Kamala Harris, and it's like, what shocks me is just how brazen it is, and how like they don't even know that the optics are bad. Like that's how entitled they are. Like no one even said, Bill, this isn't a good idea, or Kamala, this isn't going to look good.
They either are incredibly brazen, incredibly ignorant, incredibly delusional, or just don't give a shit. Like, oh, Epstein's gonna be killed. Epstein got killed. And everyone's like, okay, now what? And everyone knows.
It's another thing that's like really hard to say that without sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but conspiracies happen. First of all they mean is that more than one person doing something, so they happen all the time. It's not a theory when it's reality.
It's my reality. I'm suing 5 people in federal court under a RICO claim that's being reviewed right now if it can be allowed to go through, and I really hope so, because it will change the way think of criminal conspiracies. I mean, there was 125 pages of my book, Brave, were stolen before it was published. By spies inserted into my life who befriended me, introduced to me by my literary agent, Miss Lynch. And this stuff is just so crazy, but for me, it's Tuesday. And it's a bizarre world, but I don't understand what is wrong with these. Do they have no soul? Have they zero ethics? At what point did they lose it? Did they ever have it? It's honestly confounding to me, and I know it's confounding to many people.
Yeah. And it's interesting because you brought up earlier, you said, I don't know what kind of magic the Clintons have or what, superpowers they have. I think one of the best things that ever happened to them was the legit vast right-wing conspiracy against them. And this is what it is like their get out of jail free card. Because there were right-wing people who had crazy theories about them that weren't true, about killing cats or Vince Foster. And then what happens is, whenever there's actual criticism, they just use that as a shield. And that's, there was visceral misogyny towards Hillary Clinton. And she also, right, and that's something that, both things are true at the same time, right? Visceral misogyny, and she enabled a predator. Visceral misogyny, and continues to, yeah. And not to mention, stumping for welfare reform, which was terrible for women and children.
While writing her book about helping women and children.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
It's all, I remember growing up, you have to understand, I was like a diehard Democrat. Yeah. And I was very pro-Hillary. I voted for her in the primary, then found out it was her spokesperson that called and got the Ronan Farrow and Rich McHugh NBC expose killed with one phone call.
Oh.
And then Ronan devoted about 1.5 to 2 sentences about it. Maybe even he's scared. I'm not sure. But I am not. I introduced Hillary Clinton after finding that out at a big Aussie Fest in Central Park. It was like a rock concert for speakers. Very strange. So I'm up there speaking, and they say, before I go on, well, Hillary Clinton, you get to introduce her. What an honor. I'm like, what an honor. So I see her in the wings. I have the microphone. The last thing I say in this very loud crowd, and it was a palpable gasp afterwards. I said, make no mistake, Harvey Weinstein was Hollywood's cult leader, but he was enabled and protected by the Democratic Party. Welcome, Hillary Clinton. They kept me apart from her after that and wouldn't let me get my bag out of the back room. And then as I was walking out of Central Park, I see this black sedan with the bulletproof windows go by me, and I see the outline of her hair, and I see her outline just go. So, I don't mind being a needle in their side, a thorn in the side, whatever it is. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a realist. They've done a lot of really bad things, deeply, deeply disturbing things, and they continue to do so under the guise of being good. For instance, and it's amazing how many of the Democrats, I remember when I was a Democrat, not a Republican, everybody don't freak out. I don't believe in cults. So there you go. No thanks. There has to be more. So better off in someday. The thing of it is, what I don't understand about Jack Dorsey and Twitter, I get that they walk the halls of power and they're always walking on eggshells, and that they go and give these bogus answers to the Senate, him and Zuckerberg, and the Google dudes. I just don't. I find myself agreeing with Justice Clarence Thomas.
What's true?
I know. I completely agree with his take that it is common carriers, that this power should not be solely in tech bros' hands. Yeah, they're not going to save us. We think Zuckerberg has he's the exact wrong person to change the way we all speak and communicate. And it's literally the exact, and he did it because he couldn't talk to girls at Yale or Harvard, and rated them, all these young women that worked their asses off to get there, now they're at 2 to 10 based on that dork. Come on.
I think a lot of leftists, so I'm not a Democrat, but I am a leftist, and I think a lot of leftists are a little bit naive and reactive, and I get where it comes from, but like I get the urge to have content moderation, but the idea, it's such a paradox. It's like Mark Zuckerberg is terrible, he stokes hatred, which he does because they elevate. It's not that they're hands off with content, it's that they actually, promote divisive and hateful content, and they shouldn't be doing that. But the idea that you want him to choose stuff is makes no sense.
What do you think about his emotional IQ?
Right.
You and I can talk. We don't have whatever issues he seems to have ever had or whatever.
You don't know about me is that I started my career reading boys in my college.
I mean, everyone's got to have a hobby.
Yeah, that's true.
What somebody that cannot communicate, change the way we all communicate.
The idea that you want him to choose stuff is makes no sense.
What do you think about his emotional IQ?
Right.
You and I can talk. We don't have
Growing well.
whatever issues he seems to have ever had or whatever.
You don't know about me is that I started my career reading boys in my college.
I mean, everyone's got to have a hobby.
Yeah, that's true.
What somebody that cannot communicate, change the way we all communicate. And then they put Martha Stewart in jail for lying. See, we're hard on white collar crime. For lying and perjuring herself, but I allege that these tech guys do it every time they go to the Senate.
Yeah.
Or speak in front of Congress, which I believe is also illegal.
There's a huge government scandal going on that I need your help with. I'm also going to share a loophole that I discovered into the government's $1 billion slush fund that will pay you handsomely for your help. Here's what's going on and how you can help. Every day, the government forecloses on 3,000 or more property owners because they've fallen behind on their property taxes. This amounts to roughly $14 million in tax sale foreclosures every single day. Let me give you an example. Let's say that someone didn't pay their taxes for 3 years, which amounts to roughly $22,000 in back taxes on a $200,000 property. The property goes to auction. An investor steals it for $100,000. With me so far? The government uses $22,000 to pay off the taxes to, leaving in excess of $78,000. That led me to ask one simple question that launched me into a new adventure and made me, and a few people I've shared this with, millions of dollars over the years. So what happens to all that extra money? The answer to that question might make your blood boil, but it also presents an amazing opportunity for you to do a lot of good while doing really well for yourself. You want to know what happens to that extra money? The government is hoarding it, but it doesn't belong to them. And I've discovered a loophole into the government.
We got purified water inside the city. That's drinking the coffee.
Best drink in the Commonwealth.
Glenn over here. This is the Glenn Show. Glenn and John. We're the Black Guys at Podcast.tv. Hey, John. Good morning. How you doing?
Glenn, what's up?
We are underway here at the Glenn Show at Blackheads.tv, the Black Guys. John McWhorter of Columbia University, Glenn Lowry of Brown University. Oh, I don't know. I'm in my post-COVID existence here. I still have a little bit of raspy throat. I cough occasionally. But I think the rest of it is behind me. My lovely wife, Juan, has completely recovered. She's out now doing whatever she's doing. But she's back to her pretty much normal, cheerful, beautiful self. I continue to labor with a little bit of respiratory stuff, but I think the worst is behind us. So that's my report on the health front. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. the world continues on, critical race theory, etc. Here's a question I have for you, John. And by the way, I just want the audience to know John and I are going to talk for a while in general, and then we're going to turn our attention to the April questions submitted by subscribers at patreon.com/Glenn Show. Every month get the chance to answer some questions. So we're gonna do a 2-in-1 here. Talk for a bit and then answer questions for a bit and call it a day. But you and I want to talk about critical race theory in the schools. It's everywhere. Paul Rossi, Grace Church Academy private school in New York City, Manhattan, has become something of a figure for his public report about inner workings of the administration of the school where he used to be a teacher. I gather he's no longer teaching there. Has been asked not to set foot on the premises without the prior consultation with the authorities. It engendered a fierce backlash to his public letter that Barry Weiss promoted, where he says, in effect, it's way too cold over here. We need some fresh air. We need to give these kids a better kind of educational experience that we're giving them around these fundamental moral and political questions having to do with race. And he's just one of many he reports. What we know, which is that a lot of people out there are chafing at the bit with respect to the mania around anti-racism that has influenced their institutions, especially educational institutions, but they are afraid to speak out.
I'll take a look. Sure.
He has spoken out there. And we thought we might, you thought we might talk about that a little bit now. So I'm opening up the conversation of critical race theory and American education, especially elite K-12 education.
We need more Paul Rossi because, frankly, the only way that we can keep the elect, as I call them, from permeating our institutions to a poisonous degree is by letting them know that calling you names on Twitter is not going to make you back down. Paul is a beginning because he's just one person, but from what he says, and I believe him, there are many other teachers that he was working alongside who feel the same way, and a great deal, many more students and parents. And not everybody's up for being mauled. I completely understand that, but there needs to be more of him because it's the only way that these things are going to change. And what I find especially chilling about these sorts of things is that when somebody complains, when we get these things like the Dalton letter or this, or frankly, what you and I are now seeing, it's at the point, Glenn, right now for me, it's like 5 or 6 a day. I feel bad because I can no longer even begin to answer everybody. There are people who probably think I'm kind of a cold fish because they write me these passionate accounts, and I'm sitting there thinking, I have papers to grade, and I get it. But these people are, from what they say, you realize that the schools never defend themselves. The schools simply excommunicate, and that's it. There's never any attempt at any kind of substantial explanation of, for example, saying, in our history class, all we teach is this. We have not turned education upside down. We just say a few things like this, and basically it's the way it was 2 years ago, or something like that. It's just that, nope, you shut up, out. These accusations are absurd. For example, the response from the president at Smith after Jody Shaw's clear accusations. Never anything in any particular detail. They don't feel the need to defend themselves. That's what's scary. I don't think it's that they're hiding anything. I don't think they're consciously thinking, I can't defend this, so I'm not going to try. They don't even feel the need. That's how much power they've got at this point. They know that they don't need to go to the trouble of defending themselves and exposing themselves to more argument. They realize that they are able to struggle to their very ideas, but they don't even need to do that. That's a serious thing. This is
think it's a badge of fidelity to your position to have agreed that your complaint, your objections are evidence of your lack of fidelity to that position. You're a bad person for having so objective, and therefore it comes at on an effective, and it brings about your character for having objected, as opposed to being about the appearance of your objection. All decent people agree with us about this is a supposition. And the fact that this would be characteristic of educational institutions, where the job is to teach students how to think, not what to think, is all the more concerning. I mean, it really is very concerning. So, we need more Paul Rosses. Why don't we have more Paul Rosses? People are afraid. They're living in fear of social sanction. That's the nature of the environment that we find ourselves in. How is it that such an environment can persist for so long without it collapsing, if indeed the merits of the position that's being defended are so weak? What position is being defended? That white supremacy, white privilege, and so on, systemic racism, structural racism, and so on, permeate every aspect of American life in 2021 and account for when you see disparities. You don't see enough partners at a law firm. You don't see enough kids being inducted into the Bronx High School of Science. You see an imbalance in the kids who are going into a highly sought after college class or something like that. You see a wealth gap. You see a higher rate of incarceration. You see a disparity in mortality and morbidity occasioned by a global pandemic. Every such instance of racial inequality has its root in structures of domination, of failure to credit the value of the Black body, of a perception of Black people as being less than fully human, of a reenactment of centuries-old American structures elaborated initially in order to facilitate and justify an institution of chattel slavery. We've not really made any progress. If the senator from South Carolina, who happens to be Black and who gives a response to the president's joint session of Congress speech and utters the words, America is not a racist society, and if the sitting vice president under pressure of question responds to a question by affirming that America is not a racist society, then those people themselves have acted in immoral ways. They are contemptible for daring to assert that this is the thing against which the Paul Rossies of the world are pushing. I go on at length in order to make sure we know what we're talking about here. It does seem to be questionable. You can argue about it. I mean, you don't have to necessarily agree with Glenn Lowry or John McWhorter about all of these matters, but that they are self-evidently all a reflection of the deep structure of systemic racism and the inherent white privilege in the society. How did this way of looking at the world ever become so deeply ingrained that it is always able to be taken for granted and regarded as a badge of moral legitimacy to affirm it?
It's a way of thinking that I'm shocked to see acquiring this kind of influence. And I'm going to go in a delicate place here. About 15 years ago, I was talking to a Black reporter, and we were having the typical disagreement as to whether or not racism is as decisive a factor as we're often told. And she wasn't a fierce kind of person, but she clearly did not like me. Yes, she was being very polite about it, but she didn't like the kind of person who I am as a Black person who doesn't agree with the sorts of views she had. Very pacific kind of person. And so we were exchanging ideas without it getting nasty before we were recording. And she said, so for example, in my neighborhood, you can just see the racism. And what she was referring to is that in her neighborhood, which is largely a somewhat depressed neighborhood, there is an elite school that you have to take a serious test to get into. And so in that off neighborhood, you see white and South Asian and Asian kids streaming into the doors in a neighborhood that otherwise is full of Black and Latino kids. And she looks at that and she says, you can just see the racism. How come none of the kids from the neighborhood are going to that school? Who are all these kids from other neighborhoods going there instead? And I remember her saying that, and I remember thinking, okay, this is the problem. It was a little earlier in my development, sort of like 08. I thought, a person like her sees something like that and is applying a rather stringent standard. And I was wrapping my head around it, and I was really thinking, is she right? If you see something like that, it's racism, because the way it's supposed to be is that that neighborhood is full of the kids who live next door to that building, not these people who come from other neighborhoods. Why aren't there as many black and brown kids there as is represented in the population of New York? If there isn't, then the reason is something called racism. And I couldn't help thinking, wow, if you look at that and you just knit your brow and say it's bigotry or some outgrowth of it, that there's something about the society not being fair to black and brown people, that's the only explanation for why all those Jewish and Asian kids are walking around there. You look at that and you think racism. And racism to you is a word that hits you in the same place as it would if you were thinking about a white person stepping on a black person's toe. The use of that word there is a modern American peculiarity, but we're stuck with the racism. I thought, I don't find, this is what I mean by delicate. I thought at the time, I don't find that very insightful. I thought, I'm not sure that she is inclined to think about this a little harder. And I don't mean that she's dumb. I think that she just had learned to think that way about race and just kind of kept going. Because the reason that the black kids aren't going to that school is so many things. The reasons are so many things. It has to do with the history, the racist history of the United States, definitely. But it also has to do with, I hate to say, because of that racist history, certain cultural attitudes that black people often don't have that get you into schools like that. There's a whole notion that high-class nerdiness is something other than being black, and it's been authoritatively documented. That's a factor in the culture. It's not a matter of blame. It's just something that happened as the result of the racist past, for reasons that we can get into. But there are all sorts of reasons why the people in that neighborhood are going to that particular school, especially since the schools that those people go to in the neighborhood are run by black and brown people. It's not as if white people in those schools have been holding them down for generations, treating them as lesser beings. It's complicated. And yet this reporter is just looking there and thinking it's racism. Now, that was just her then, and I remember thinking this is something you get from often educated people, often people in the media, and thankfully it doesn't go too far beyond that. We're now stuck in a situation where people are running schools who think that way. So their idea is if you have any kind of imbalance of that kind, then draconian measures are necessary to get rid of that white supremacy. And what worries me in particular is that one way that we want to get rid of it now, apparently, is by excusing black kids from what are called white standards, such as being precise and being on time and being objective and prizing the written word. And I genuinely want to know, I'm done, genuinely want to know, to what extent are these supposed anti-racists actually teaching black kids that they don't have to be on time, so to speak, in all of those ways? Is that something that's just being said to placate a certain kind of black person who enjoys hearing it? Or are black kids really being excused from getting the right answers? I don't have the answer to that question now. I know what these people say in their documents, but I'd be open to finding out that that never infects these curricula. But the gauntlet is upon them, because from their writings, I get the feeling that the way we're going to get rid of this racism is to make sure that black kids don't have to try very hard. And I find that disgusting. And if they don't even feel the need to defend it, I find them disgusting.
Yeah, I hear you. I think a couple of things. I don't know the answer to the question of why our educational institutions, K through 12, seem to be so susceptible to the influences of this way of thinking, this woke sensibility, this critical race theory informed sort of totalistic embrace of this view of the world. I would ask what's going on in schools of education and so forth, but I somehow feel that that would be too pat if I were to just say there's a culture of wokeness in the ed schools or something like that. I would wonder about the extent to which people of color who work within these institutions, relatively young, professionally trained teachers, administrators, and so on, have themselves imbibed
a way of looking at the world which they didn't reflect in their presence within the institution. I was actually invited by a friend who's an educator to speak to a big charter school network that operates in a large American city, which has many, many dozens of principals of the schools that are active and associate or vice principals of these schools. So people running charter schools. And we had a big webinar, and we were talking about these things. And the pushback that I was getting from the presentation that I made was a very, very woke kind of outlook that was coming. And the outspoken people in the audience were all very well presented and articulate, relatively young people of color. These are principals and vice principals of a charter school and a charter school network that is making a big impact on education. But man, their way of looking at the world was exactly what you would have predicted about the worst case of obsession with race and unquestioning embrace of white supremacy, disregard for the value of black life, of black bodies, and so forth, as the barrier accounting for everything that was going on. And over personal testimony within the institution. I can't get ahead within this institution because of race. If I were white, I would be, treated, just the casual assertion to the silent complicity of the majority of the audience who were white. I'm looking at their faces on the screen. I can see who I'm talking to. They couldn't have possibly, I thought to myself, really agreed with all of the assertions that were being made, and yet the culture of the institution was such that a few angry, assertive African American voices. As a black woman, I'm here to tell you that sentence. As a person of color, I don't see too many people who look like me at the top of this kind of rhetoric, this kind of power move. Okay? So that could be, that could be a part of what's going on. We would need a much more granular and detailed analysis of the histories of particular institutions in order to verify it. But I speculate that that's some of what's going on. I want to talk about underscore the implication of what you just said, which is to the extent that people are prepared to impute to African Americans a different set of standards of expectation about what's supposed to be, about their acquiring mastery over reading, writing, and arithmetic, to the extent that they're prepared to accept that is a kind of racism too, a soft bigotry of low expectations that is very debilitating. It has very substantial deleterious consequences for the kids who are in that charge. And another thing that I want to say, since I'm clearing my throat here, is if you fixate on the anecdote that you told, too many brown and yellow kids walking through the doors of a advanced school that happens to be located in a neighborhood of mostly black kids. If you keep fixating on the race of the achievers, I mean, the presumption is that somehow their achievement is illegitimate, that somehow, to the extent that your exclusion is said to be not because of your effectiveness and your performance, but because of your race and because of bias, the unspoken, the tacit concomitant playing there is that the success of the people who are walking through the door is somehow illegitimate. Now, where have we heard this before? Too many Jews in the banking industry. You want to talk about a wealth gap? What about the Jewish, non-Jewish wealth gap? It would be humongous if you were actually going to take a look at it. The success of the Asians is somehow not a reflection of their cultivated acquisition of performative skills and mastery of their discipline, of the extent to which they have worked hard at investing in something, but rather it's supposed to be what? What is it? Is it a model minority favoritism? Is it that they are the beneficiaries of a certain kind of spillover white privilege? Is that really the way that you want to talk about 5, soon to be 6, soon to be 8 or 10% of the American population going forward 30 or 40 years? So racism has many, here's my bottom line, racism has many, many faces. It has many dimensions. Resentment and envy of a group's success who happen to be identifiable in terms of race. Jews, Asians. It's racism. It's a kind of racism that has led to horrific crimes in human history. And the presumption that somebody happens to be brown should be ipso facto accepted from the expectation of performance, patted on the head rather than guided to the challenge. It's racism. So you want to worry about the label racism? Well, then let's get serious about who are the actual racists here. Very few of them are wearing pointy hats and holding bonfires. Most of them, many of them, are on the left, self-consciously progressive in this conversation. There's enough racism to go around. And we're supposed to say that for black people it's different. And so we can't be racist because we are oppressed. And I can go with people about halfway on that. I know what they mean. But there is some just outright tribalism, dismissive tribalism going on here, and the idea that how dare those Asians, and it spills over into notions that the Asians are somehow overly self-regarding, that they think they're so great in taking over these institutions. They think of themselves as having a privilege, as former New York City Schools Chancellor Richard Carranza put it. He said it orally in passing, but I think it therefore represented his true belief. He implied that Asian people feel like it's their privilege to occupy these schools, as if they're somehow taking up too much space, as if they aren't just doing what you need to do to pass the goddamn test, as if that there's something wrong with that, as if that's not authentic for people who aren't white. I think that's a part of it. So this is a crap kind of dialogue. But you're right. It has taken over the educational establishment. I remember having a very unpleasant encounter with a student, Latina for the record, and this was long enough ago that I'll recount it, a good 6 years ago. And we had a little bump in a seminar where I was saying that the SAT is not completely worthless in terms of predicting school performance. It's by no means perfect, but I said it's not worthless. And it's rare that I would have ever said that in a class, but we got onto the subject, and I wasn't pushing it, and it wasn't a class about race issues, but we were talking about that. It was a class about language, and we were talking about the vocabulary that you used to have to know on those tests, and I just said that, and it got a little ugly. Yes, it was one of the very rare times that a student got a little bit insubordinate with me because she felt so strongly about it, and there were tears in her eyes, and she was using a word whose meaning I didn't completely understand even then. She was a junior teacher of some kind. She was passionately training to be a teacher, and she was saying, well, what I want to teach my students is empathy. Not these old $10 words, but I want to teach them empathy, and that was the word that elicited the tears. And from listening further, I know now what she meant by empathy. It's a euphemism used in those circles. It is teaching people about oppression. It's teaching people about white supremacy. It's teaching people that the paramount goal of education is teaching children to battle power differentials. And it's rather hard for me to do that, but that's what she meant. And she's just one of many. And she had been, she's part of the battle power differentials. And it's rather hard for me to call that empathy, but that's what she meant. And she's just one of many. And she had been, she's part of this establishment. And at this point, she's probably part of it. She was a very nice, very smart person, won some awards, but I am quite sure that at this point, she is in these Zoom sessions espousing exactly the kind of things that you were talking about, and quite convinced that it is truth incarnate. And that's where it is, because she was normal. And I know that this sort of thing is taught rather furiously at Teachers College, which is part of Columbia, where I work, by people who genuinely think that this sort of thing is truth. And that's why, in a previous edition with you, I was saying that I wonder if we might not just accept that educational institutions are gone, because there isn't much that you can do about that tilt in education schools that starts in the late 60s and has been given major sanction by this racial reckoning since last summer. These are people who simply cannot be reached. What worries me is that they're going to affect our children. I don't know how many grandparents I hear from who are chilled that their grandkids are jumping on them for saying the word nigger in reference to it. They'll just talk about the word, often criticizing it, because they grew up in year 2000 America. And now the kids are saying, how dare you utter that word? As if there's no difference.
Your 9 nasty words, John. I said, is the N-word one of your 9 nasty words?
It is, and there's a delicate balance because 9 nasty words is that evening. And so my N-word chapter in 9 nasty words is not editorial me, and I don't get into how I feel about the increasingly taboo nature of the word. I just describe it. You have to read me elsewhere to see how I feel when things have gone too far. But yeah, it's become a taboo word. It's no longer just a slur. We treat that word the way a small group of indigenous people would treat the name of somebody who died 50 years ago, whose name you therefore don't say, nor do you say any word that sounds like it. We are doing precisely that. And so there's a new inculcation, and I am still watching to see how significant it is. People ask, where are we a year later now? And I'm telling people it's too soon. It's too soon to know how deeply all this is going to set in. Because one thing that I think
we have a year later than George Floyd,
yeah, because that's where everything turns upside down. Something that I would be interested to see, and I can't know. We tend to forget how much of all of this has happened over Zoom. We think about people sitting in a room and raising their hand and making speeches, but nobody's been doing that since last summer. All of this happens when all of a sudden everything is happening over Zoom, and it's about mute yourself, unmute yourself, and people having side discussions in the chat. That's not the way these things would be in a room. And I'm beginning to suspect that a lot of this barbarity is happening because you can get more nonsense by in a Zoom session than maybe you could in a room full of people breathing and smelling each other and not able to have a chat on the side that everybody can see, but just having to do something more like what Quakers call consensus. Once people actually start taking the masks off and being in rooms together, I wonder if that will help a pendulum shift here, because maybe part of the reason everything went crazy last summer, it wasn't George Floyd particularly. As horrible as his death was, we've seen things like that. It couldn't have been only that. But that's what everything turns upside down. It was probably the pandemic. And I don't mean to minimize what happened to him or to say that a great many people don't have very genuine feelings, but we wanted to get outside. We'd all been stuck 2 months inside. Those protests were a great way to have an excuse to go out and be with other people. I can sympathize with all of that. I'm sure that was part of it. But also, then after that, all of a sudden, all these people are getting fired for nothing. All of a sudden, this crazy ed school rhetoric is everywhere. All of a sudden, Robert DiAngelo's book, which wasn't any big deal until then, is being treated as, like something from St. Peter. All of that happened very quickly. Like, to be the junior historian, it was June 2020 that suddenly it was, what the fuck is this? That's where everything changed. And I get the feeling part of it was because they were doing what we're doing right now. I think a lot of it was because of what Zoom is like. I'd like to see if that was the case.
That's such an interesting hypothesis. This is a sociolinguistic or some other kind of research project here that you're talking about. So I should be thinking about how to design the right kind of experiment to test. Yeah, do you know Irving Goffman, the great sociologist, presentation of self in everyday life is that I'm thinking of? Because this idea that the dynamic interaction between persons will be affected by subtle aspects of the interaction, such as are possible with face-to-face confrontation, presentation, and so on, where you're worried about managing the definition of the situation and the perception that you're giving off with the other, and where the cues are not only verbal, but they are, facial expression, body language, pauses between responses and things of this kind. And they are very particular to the medium. So if I'm in face-to-face meeting with someone, it's a very different thing, presumably, than if I'm in a video conference with somebody, or if I'm writing back and forth to them by email or text or something. And the idea that can have large implications by affecting the evolution of consensus around different narrative interpretations of the events that are taking place is a very interesting sociolinguistic hypothesis. So I hope that there are young people out there who are eager to write a good, important dissertation or, whatever, who are listening and stimulated, because I'm certainly stimulated, but I'm not young.
Where the question I'm beginning now to be question is, why did the racial reckoning happen in June of 2020, with the hypothesis being that George Floyd was nowhere near the answer? And maybe he was, but I suspect not. And here we are. Is it May? And I think it's May 1st. It's beginning to be a year later. And I'm looking back on that month.
Good thing we got
How much my life changed in terms of what people were asking me about, and certain things that started to happen to and around me. And it was really rather unprecedented. I was trying to have a quiet summer away from the pandemic at a bunkalo colony, and all of a sudden, this. And I'm fascinated because, if you've been covering race and political coverage for a long time, you know that these things happen gradually. And you start to look back and you realize what were the significant turning points. And one of them, as I'm always saying, is social media and its takeover. And that starts technically in 2009, but then a magic year was 2014. All sorts of things that you see. But when I started, the big deal in terms of black thinkers was Cornel West. He was the one to beat. That's like, say, in 2000. Then, give it about 4 or 5 more years, the one to beat was Michael Eric Dyson. I remember somebody saying, and I won't say it because I have no problem with Dyson, but he becomes Dyson. Then, in the early teens, it becomes Ta-Nehisi Coates. I've always wondered how Dyson felt about that kind of changeover. And you and I start yelling and screaming about it. Now it's Ibram Kendi. And I'm thinking about those 4 people lately. I don't know if I'm going to write about it, but all 4 of those are very interesting cases as people regarded as the king of thinking Black America. You see these changes, and now I realize that equally signature things like that is going to be June 2020. What happened? So yes, people who are younger than me, although I'm still young, start studying that, because it'll be very interesting sociology, whatever conclusions we come to. It could be that it was George Floyd. I'd be interested in seeing that demonstrated, but I suspect we won't. And I think it'll be more interesting. It's something I've been thinking about.
Folks, we do not spend all of our time thinking about Michael Eric Dyson, Cornel West, and Ibram X. Kendi. We do not. But John had a comment recently about Ibram X. Kendi's reaction to the suggestion that people ought to comply when they interact with police, and that there would be much less violence and mayhem if they did. And his idea, I'm sorry, I'll let you tell him if you want to, John, is that compliance is just too much to ask of Black people because of slavery. Forgive me if I get that wrong, John will clean it up. And that seemed a little bit irresponsible to me. It's an invitation to people to not comply with police officers. They can put it over for a traffic stop. It sounds like a formula for disaster. The country and for Black people. Bad advice, but who am I? I'm just a side, what do I know?
Yeah. About that, John. Well, we had that conversation about badass motherfucker, which I didn't mean as any kind of violate, but I was just trying to say that we're not allowed to say outside of our circles that when the cops stop you, do what they say. Get over the Black history, get over that it isn't fair, just do what they say, and you will almost certainly walk away unscathed. You don't do what they say, the bad stuff is going to start happening, and even if it isn't fair, just do what they say. But no, that's not considered wise counsel. And right on time, and I had no idea this was coming, right on time, the next day the Atlantic has, and I'm not talking against...
And interminable. The piece is interminable. It goes on forever.
It was long. And so, he had been writing it before, but of course Ibram Kendi has to have a piece where what you can see is that he listens to people saying we should just behave. He doesn't like that because of his Black nationalist self, and he's angry about the past, he's angry about the present, and he doesn't like the idea that we're supposed to knuckle under to what the white man wants. And so the article is considerably about all these horrible things that happened in the past, which apparently we're supposed to think about now. Because, this is CRT, the idea that to be a Black person is to be part of a general narrative, and that narrative apparently is also timeless. That what happened 150 years ago, or even what happened 50 years ago, it's Faulknerian, I guess. Machine. We don't have a present, past, and future. We just have this kind of futures. It's just we're all time. And so things that happened 100 years ago are still relevant now in terms of whether or not a young Black boy should do as he's told claim to not be very thoroughly reasoned. I didn't find that to be a very compelling piece. And yet I imagine that many people felt quite differently about that contribution from one of our leading public intellectuals.
Okay, we should probably go into Q&A, but I have one more question that is related to the Q&A. Did you see Laura Bazelon's contribution to Barry Weiss's symposium? Yes. What do we mean by systemic racism?
Could have been her own.
So that you and I both make contributions.
Yeah, I remember the last time I asked.
Like wants to see them can go to Barry Weiss's Substack, but Laura's piece was the one contribution to that symposium which very strenuously defended use of the concept of structural racism in reference to, she's a lawyer, she teaches at the University of San Francisco. Or University of San Francisco, I'm sorry.
You ain't been up to see Great Garden, you should go.
And she assists clients. She has a client in New Orleans.
Yeah.
She was railroaded into a very long prison sentence under circumstances that seemed to be right. They didn't deserve a really, really super long prison sentence. Ended up in that situation because of a provision in the law that allows for a higher and more severe charging decision by the district attorney was invoked in her client's case, but arguably perhaps might not have been invoked in her client's case. The consequences was her client was sentenced to effect life. It wasn't a life sentence. It was I don't remember the number of years. It was very long for a crime. After when you're scratching your head.
It was a life destroyed.
How could that be? How could that be? And moreover, there was exculpatory evidence on her client's behalf that prosecutors were not somehow taking cognizance of, reports were not somehow reviewing, etc. So this is a terrible, tragic case as described there. And a question has arisen for us about whether or not that's not a dispositive illustration of the phenomenon of systemic racism which you and I have shown ourselves together. I'm just wondering how you might respond to that.
Really, it's almost fun beginning to call the Tony Timpa principle, in that Tony Timpa was a white person who was unjustifiably killed in a very similar way to George Floyd. And there's an narcissism here. I read that was a long piece, and yet just to think of how that sort of thing must feel. It's like the Hitchcock movie that isn't as watched as it should be, I think, probably because it was late and in black and white. The Wrong Man, and it was actually filmed in my neighborhood where Henry Fonda gets snared into this web. He's accused of something he didn't do, and there's nothing he can do, and he can't get home. He can't communicate with his wife. That happens to these people, and their lives are destroyed. All I want to know is what happened to that person, something that happens only to black people, to put it more precisely. How many white people have that story? Probably impecunious white people, usually in the South, who are involved with this or that thing, who are not involved with this or that thing. Is that something that happens so disproportionately to black people that we can identify it as systemic racism? And if the answer to that question is yes, then I say, yeah, I don't deny that systemic racism exists or is a valid concept at all. But I just don't like the way it's applied willy-nilly to any discrepancy between white and black. So I read the Bazelon piece and I just thought I need this to be longer because she's just assuming that this is racism because she's talking about a black man. And I was thinking, metaphorically, what about Tony Timpa? What about Billy Ray something? Are there so few white versions of this that it's not even worth talking about? What are the numbers? Without the numbers, I didn't find that to be a valid argument, but that doesn't mean that I could not be presented with.
Okay, I think that's to be determined. We don't know enough yet to make a finished judgment. But things I'm sure there are injustices in the world. They don't have to be systemically racist injustices. Those injustices befall people. Sometimes it's people with black, sometimes it's people white. The burden, and I agree with this, and it's constant with my comment, and that's racism. The burden is on the person who brings the charge of systemic racism to be more explicit about exactly what they cause the dynamics. And their racial dimension are usually there's a shadowy and unspecified kind of presumption that there's racist motive behind a lot of couldn't have happened if they hadn't been black. That's a really hard one to pin down because you don't live in the alternative universe where if you're in the city of New Orleans, I would bet you 92% of the violent crime cases involve black perpetrators. City of New Orleans, after all. intuitions about the nature of race in the society, and to the extent that those are skeptical of the blanket supposition of racism everywhere, we are going to require more evidence before we confirm it. I paraphrase you correctly. Okay, so we're going to shift over to Q&A now. Okay. Kevin Rice asked, what are your thoughts on Camille Foster's racial abolitionism? It does not seem that you guys are on board. Can you steel man racial abolitionism and then lay out your case against it? I have become increasingly convinced by Camille's case. This is Kevin Rice, and James Valitis asks a related question. What prevents you from joining Camille Foster in completely rejecting race? Just to clarify, what is meant by racial abolitionism is that Camille Foster, a black man who was quote in terms of what you think when you saw him, refuses to call himself a black man, but to think of himself as quote unquote a black man, and abjures the very idea that we're going to see each other in these racial terms. These are abolishing the categories of race altogether. What do you think about that?
It makes me feel very small when I've talked to Camille. Morally, he's right. However, you have to choose what hill you're going to die on. And if I were going to decide to let go of these antediluvian categorizations, I would be very smart, but it would so offend so many people that I couldn't make my voice heard about anything else. And I only have the world that I live in to deal with. And I would like to be heard. And so, I learned early on that although to me the existence of racism itself is so obvious that I don't want to waste time talking about it, I want to talk about how you can get past it. I learned that most of an audience about race issues, including whites, needs to hear that you know what racism is. And a corollary of that is that they won't hear me if I say I'm probably 50% white, and these are the categories that were imposed upon us by segregationists and by Jefferson Davis and by Thomas Jefferson, and we must get past it and look at our light-skinned children. I fully get it, but no, I'm also pragmatic. You have to choose your battles. When I'm dealing with many European people, I find it interesting because of my academic work. Most of my academic life takes place in Europe with Europeans, and they see me as more American than as black. And I always find that interesting. It's like, America could be like that, if you kind of fiddle with the dials and switches, but it isn't. Here I am in Germany, and yes, people know that I am black, but to them, more specifically, in terms of everything about me, what's different is that I'm from the United States. But even when I say that, there's a certain kind of black person here who's howling. He doesn't know what they really think, and he's a nigger there too. They're wrong, but those are the sorts of feelings that we're dealing with. And so when I'm here, which is 99% of the time, I can't be that advanced, and I completely respect Camille and doing what he's doing. But if I walk around doing kind of the Lord Connolly and saying, well, technically I'm just me, I'm not black, I lose so many people that it wouldn't be worth my saying much of anything at all. And no, that's not about money and speaking fees and things like that. It's just that I wouldn't be heard, and I would like to be heard because I think somebody needs to say the sorts of things that I say. So, Camille is too smart for me and too brave. But then again, I would say, and I assume, Camille, you may be watching me say this, you may be willing to not be heard by more people than I am. I can't die on that hill. That is my answer to that question.
Okay, let me respond. I'm going to respond in a similar spirit. It's not so much a pragmatic judgment, though, that I would issue here. I think we need to understand conceptually what we're dealing with when we're talking about race. I agree with Camille's instinct, which is, come on, we're deep down just human beings here. The genetic difference between African descendant and European descendant populations is very, very small. Why should I understand myself in the 21st century in terms of a historical narrative that emphasizes only a part of my racial ancestry, since African Americans are descended from European as well as from African ancestors, don't I just contribute to the entire irrational fixation on race by embracing the category for my own self-description or allowing others to interact with me in that way? I mean, I see the instinct. It's a little bit like the argument that I associate with Barbara Fields and Karen Fields in their nice book called Racecraft, where they say there's no such thing as witches, right? I mean, we know that that's a fantasy. Then we don't burn people at the stake for being witches. There are witches. We understand that. We understand that's a delusion. Is that race the same thing? There are no races in the biological sense, and yet we reaffirm these categories. So I think that's true as far as it goes, but it doesn't go far enough when talking about race because I
Walk outside the wall undefended. High quality protection for sale.
A language of social signification, that there are marks on people's bodies.
Sure.
The marks are of no intrinsic significance. But within a society over some period of time, people will come to imbue them with significance. Now that becomes a reality in and of itself. And a sole actor declaring that they will no longer speak the English language with the vocabulary to which we have become accustomed, but will invent their Esperanto because they want to be free of the overhang of the historical practices. No one will understand what they're saying. You will miss a reality to the extent that you unilaterally opt out of a ubiquitous, nearly universal social convention. You can't undo the conventions simply by a unilateral act. Now, if it's a question about how an individual wants to live, that's one thing. I choose not to think of myself as a Black person. You gave the example of if you interact with colleagues in Europe, they see you primarily as an American, as not as a Black. But there's also a question of how you see yourself. The people who reject you saying that, well, they still see you as a nigger, are, I think, pointing the arrow in the wrong direction. Those people still see themselves as quote-unquote niggers. That is, they're still thinking about themselves as being Black in a white world. That doesn't have to be the way that the other person is thinking about it. But if you think about yourself in that way, and it gets reflected in your behavior, that becomes relevant to other people. Now, I mean, the Black person with the chip on their shoulder becomes a type. It becomes a Black person who can't forget that they're Black. But that means that other people can't forget that the person is Black either. So anyway, unilateral opting out of universal social conventions is a quick exciting move that a person may take for their personal satisfaction, but as a politics, as a strategy. Yes. I have another concern eschewing racial identity, and this derives from my respect for the tradition of solidaristic self-help and uplift within Black private spaces, family, historically Black colleges, fraternities, sorority institutions, churches, things of this kind. These are quote-unquote Black spaces, not exclusively shown, not in terms of any statutory requirement, but as a historical inheritance. People's fealty and connection to one another based upon their racial identity is a real thing. It's what allowed the civil rights movement to happen.
We haven't scared you all.
It happened as an outgrowth, as Alden Morris explains, I think, quite brilliantly in his Origins of the Civil Rights Movement treatise, out of communalistic, racially defined networks of affiliation. When I invoke my ancestors as a source of inspiration to our ancestors, as a source of inspiration to my children, but if you think about yourself in that way and it gets reflected in your behavior, that becomes relevant to other people. Now, I mean, the Black person with the chip on their shoulder becomes a type. It becomes a Black person who can't forget that they're Black. But that means that other people can't forget that the person is Black either. So anyway, unilateral opting out of universal social conventions is a exciting move that a person may take for their personal satisfaction, but as in politics, as a strategy, I don't see it going very far. But I have another concern about eschewing racial identity, and this derives from my respect for the tradition of solidaristic self-help and uplift within Black private spaces, family, historically Black colleges, fraternities, oral institutions, churches, things of this kind. These are quote-unquote Black spaces, not exclusively shown, not in terms of any statutory requirement, but as a historical inheritance. People's fealty and connection to one another based upon their racial identity is a real thing. It's what allowed the civil rights movement to happen. It happened as an outcome, as Walter Jonas explains, I think, quite brilliantly in his Origins of the Civil Rights Movement treatise, out of communalistic, racially defined networks of affiliation. When I invoke my ancestors as a source of inspiration to our ancestors, as a source of inspiration to my children, and I invoke my Black ancestors in order to inspire my children to make the most of their enormous opportunities, on behalf of a project that began long before they or even I was born. I'm doing something that's not strange to human culture. I'm doing something that's very natural to human culture, and the racial aspect of that for African Americans is a real thing. What will it be in 100 years? What will it be in 200 years? That's a different question.
Hey, General.
Maybe much less fit with respect to raciality in 100 or 200 years. Maybe African Americans come look much more like an ethnic group like Irish Americans or Italian Americans, who do have some ethnic specificity to their self-understanding, but there's a lot of intermarriage, and it's worn relatively more lightly, both by the insiders to the group and by those outside the group. I learned that he's Irish. It doesn't exactly change my view of him in any profound way, etc. So I'm objecting here to Camille's noble, and I think to some degree exciting, God bless him, stance as at two levels. One is we can't undo the convention simply by declaring it's all over. The convention persists with real consequences. We live in a quote-unquote race society where racial identity, racial perception, and so forth is a reality that colors many aspects of our social interaction, and that's simply a fait accompli. It's a given. It's a fact about the world. But the other thing is that from an agency point of view, there is some value in Blackness, or there can be some value in a acknowledgement and an embrace of one's Blackness. And the question becomes, how heavily do I wear it? I would argue that I shouldn't allow it to supersede other obligations. For example, my obligations as a citizen of the country of which I am a citizen, or my obligations as a human being to be in interaction with other human beings, respectful of their infinite dignity and all of that kind of flowery language. But that's how I respond.
preference is, which is totally and completely understandable, that we go 1 hour tonight, 30 minutes on each side. Am I correct in that?
That's right.
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Senator, I would like to start by saying unequivocally, uncategorically, that I deny each and every single allegation against me today that suggested in any way that I had conversations of a sexual nature or about pornographic material with Anita Hill, that I ever attempted to date her, that I ever had any personal sexual interest in her, or that I in any way ever harassed her. Second, and I think more important point, I think that this today is a travesty. I think that it is disgusting. I think that this hearing should never occur in America. This is a case in which this sleaze, this dirt, was searched for by staffers, members of this committee, was then leaked to the media. And this committee and this body validated it and displayed it in prime time over our entire nation. How would any member on this committee, any person in this room, or any person in this country would like sleaze said about him or her in this fashion, or this dirt dredged up, and this gossip, and these lies displayed in this manner? How would any person like it? The Supreme Court is not worth it. No job is worth it. I'm not here for that. I'm here for my name, my family, my life, and my integrity. I think something is dreadfully wrong with this country when any person in this free country would be subjected to this. This is not a closed room. There was an FBI investigation. This is not an opportunity to talk about difficult matters privately or in a closed environment. This is a circus. It's a national disgrace. And from my standpoint, as a Black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching for uppity Blacks who in any way deign to think for themselves, to do for themselves, to have different ideas. And it is a message that unless you kowtow to an old order, this is what will happen to you. You will be lynched, destroyed, caricatured by a committee of the U.S. Senate rather than hung from a tree.
12 weeks of powerful flea and tick protection? Bravo, Rebecca! Bravo!
Tonight, the official benchmark of his first 100 days in office. He will highlight police reform, we're told in his speech next Wednesday. Now, Republicans plan to counter with the architect of their police reform bill, which, by the way, you'll remember, Democrats filibustered. Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. Tonight, the White House is putting the finishing touches on an exceptionally aggressive effort to unwind the Trump administration's agenda, as well as advance executive actions and legislation that have gone down remarkably well with progressives, such as a new push to put American emissions in and even actually remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Listen to Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tied to climate change and all sorts of other things. The trampling of indigenous rights is a cause of climate change. The trampling of racial justice is a cause of climate change. For clarification, Minnesota Judge
this, okay? For the sake of this argument, I think besides those two are which is be a part of the majority party. Self-interest is not necessarily be a part of it. Its primary self-interest is him. And then that is secondary, and there is space in between those in a way that there isn't for Ted Cruz or for a Republican, the vast majority of Republicans. Here is Mark Warner. The PRO Act is a combination of a dozen plus pieces of legislation, the vast majority of which I support. I support the right of workers to organize. I believe that the balance between workers and management tilts way too much to management right now, and that was exacerbated under 4 years of Donald Trump, where the National Labor Relations Board was totally, I think, biased against worker rights. So there's a lot to like in the PRO Act, and but what I want to get to is how can we make some of the areas where I'd like to see some corrections, so that this very expansive piece of legislation could be supported on the floor. And one area that I know I've sent you.
Pause it just for 1 second, because he says some corrections there. I just want to make this point because Ryan Grimm on Twitter pointed out how Mark Warner's pet project has been these portable benefits for a while, which essentially allows for independent contractors, gig workers, to have some sort of grant provided by the federal government as a pilot program so they can have some retirement benefits as they're working as gig workers, because he's not interested in forcing the companies to provide those or allowing independent contractors to unionize and demand it. He wants to be the gatekeeper and create these portable benefits. By the way, Medicare for All would be the ultimate portable benefit, meaning you could go from job to job to job to still have it. He's not interested in that either, but he's been since like 2016, 2017 talking about these portable benefits. So there is some wiggle room for him if he wants to have, but he's not going to. Make no mistake, based on his obsession with his little pet project, this portable benefit thing, he is not going to support the ability for independent contractors to unionize. I mean, that's what he's signaling there, in my view.
And let's also be clear in the construction of which he's working on this. I agree with the vast majority of which I support. Well, then, you know what, dude? Suck it up. Suck up the tiny portion of which you think just needs a slight corrective, right? Like, but the idea that you're out there in this instance talking about what you don't like. But let's listen.
You don't have to carry around all those allergies.
I don't.
There's a war going on inside of your immune system.
And one area that I have sent you, Megan, all my background, this is an area that I've been focused on literally for the last 6 years, and that's the changing nature of work. We had an economy in the 20th century where people would go to work. Oftentimes, for a long time, I've worked for the same company for 36 years. Never made a lot of money, but with that work came a whole series of benefits: healthcare, retirement, unemployment, disability. That notion of long-term permanent work with a single firm is fundamentally changing. Why? I think about my kids who are in their 20s and early 30s. They're all going to have a variety of jobs. Many of them want a variety of jobs and variety of gigs. They want the flexibility of whether it's driving Uber part-time, running out their apartment Airbnb, being a part-time IT consultant, maybe working in a restaurant as well, having a series of
one of those that does all of the above as far as your media material.
Oh, come on, man. Don't you want to be my age, me, go like, hey, you know what? I think next week I'm going to wait tables.
I'd like to do all sorts of good things, but I don't want to have to do them. Like, I'd like to learn a little bit by tea, maybe, but to have to do it to pay my rent, I don't think so.
He's phrasing it as if this is just like a quirky, like, piece of personality for this new renegade generation. Yeah, they love renting out their apartments to Airbnb and then having to drive Uber after they finish their 9 to 5. It's just like, just for this man.
This is the tension, like, with Democrats, and why I'm surprised to see so much support behind the PRO Act, because there's PRO Act Democrats and there's gig economy / Prop 22 Democrats. And, like, there needs to be a fight publicly between those two, because I think we can win that. Because it's very concerning about the way that they'll mention, like, the labor force that years gone by. It reminds me of the Harvard Clean Slate Project we talked about, David and I talked about with Marshall Steinbaum, where they talk about how it was racist because it left people out of these full, worker protections, and they concluded that we just won't give anybody those full worker protections to transition away to this new gig economy thing, and it's very insidious, and there needs to be a line drawn against this.
It's egalitarian if no one gets anything.
Right. Well, that was the old line about why are our government workers getting a pension?